That was very effective, wasn't it? Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Onkaparinga's Council meeting for the 19th of August 2025. And just to acknowledge that Councillor Stafford is unable to be with us tonight, but I'll just do a quick ask people just to say who they are, and I'll start this time. Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Heidi Greaves for Knox Ward.
Paul Rawlins from South Coast Ward.
Jeff Eaton for Lassell Ward.
Lauren Dew from the South Coast Ward. Councillor Kim Davis from Kimpala Ward. Councillor Brodie Road from Mid Coast Ward.
Councillor Dan Platten from Mid Coast Ward.
Councillor Mary Themeliotis, the Lassell Ward.
Councillor Jordan Bachard from Southern Wales Ward. Councillor Michael Fisher from Kimpala.
Southern Wales Ward, Councillor.
Thank you. That way we know all the microphones are working, and it's an opportunity to welcome the gallery so you know who you're speaking to and listening to this evening. So we will just let you know in the gallery that this meeting is recorded, and it does mean that if you're on camera you will be visible to people. And heckling and things like that will not be acceptable, and I will ask you to leave should you be motivated to do something like that. And if we can begin by those of the councillors to stand for our pledge this evening. We recognise this city's considerable natural and cultural heritage, including thousands of years of traditional ownership by Ghana and the more recent contribution from people either born here or who have migrated here. As we meet together, we build on this heritage by respecting and listening to each other, thinking clearly, being receptive to new ideas, speaking honestly, and deciding wisely for the current and future well-being of those we serve. Thank you. And now confirmation of the minutes. We have a mover. Councillor Fisher.
Move as written.
Thank you. Councillor Eaton.
And I'll second it, nothing to say.
Thank you. All those in favour? That motion is carried. There is no adjourned business and no leave of absence. Now we come to the Mayor's report. Councillor Fisher.
Now I move the motion, but I just wanted to highlight a significant incident that occurred, a grand final won by the South Adelaide Football Club women's team. I was lucky enough to go and attend the grand final down at Willunga a few weeks ago, and it's their fourth premiership, sorry. And if they're not the most successful women's team in Australia, I'll go Heath Chasey, but it was a great display, and I congratulate them on behalf of the City of Onkaparinga.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'm just checking with what's on the screen. Are you moving 1, 2 and 3? One is the second is an amendment because there's a piece of correspondence that's just come in.
That's written, please.
Thank you. Councillor Themeliotis. Happy to second. Thank you. Did you wish to speak to the motion? Any Councillor Yeomans?
Just a question, if I can. Just in relation to one of the latest of your correspondence attached to your report.
Yep.
It was one with Vanessa Kalderovskis, and she mentions that she's delighted that along with welcoming pharmacists as vaccine providers for all flu vacancies for the remainder of 25 influenza vaccination program, the local government immunisation providers will be eligible to receive South Australia Health funded service delivery payment of $20 for each dose. So I'm just wondering if you can explain or give some commentary about how that came about. That's a very good outcome.
It is a great outcome. Thank you, Councillor. And I do think our advocacy as a chamber, we took this to the National Local Government Association last year, and we've continued to be in contact with the state over that as well. So that is in part to do with that. So it's page 19, those of you following on the electronic. The other thing I just want to bring to people's attention is that on page 12, there's a meeting that was listed with the Honourable Nick Champion, and that has been rescheduled. So that's an amendment to my report, because that was just the report was prepared before that change. Councillor Fisher, any further comments?
No, thank you, Mayor.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Carried. We now come to the part of the agenda which is called presentations. There are none of those, but there are deputations. So we welcome all of those people who have got deputations with us this evening. And our first one is from the team at the Fleurieu Peninsula Tourism. So if you'd like to come forward, please do. And just a reminder for those of you who don't know the Fleurieu Peninsula Tourism, we've got Matthew Hurley here, who's the chair, and Sandra Stewart, who some of you will also know from the Regional Tourism Manager. You've got 8 minutes and you're happy to take questions if we have questions. All yours.
Peninsula Tourism. I'm also a small business owner and operator on the Fleurieu Peninsula. I own an accommodation business in Second Valley. Wrong shire, but definitely with the right heart. So, I'm also a tourism consultant across the whole of the state and the country as well. And Sandra?
Hi, I'm Sandra Stewart. I'm the Regional Tourism Manager. This is probably my 4th region that I've worked in around South Australia, and I was a business consultant previous to this role.
Thank you. So we're one of 11 regional tourism operations around the state. Our key tasks and contributions are firstly collaboration between all levels of government down to the operators at the coalface, those people that are actually working and operating. Secondly, industry development. We to assist people in actually develop their business, grow their business, and in certain times like we're in currently, survive their business as well. And lastly, and most importantly, the marketing of the region, both into the local market, the intrastate market, and the international market. We'll just keep flicking through those slides.
Do we flick through the slides or?
I think we're right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
So that diagram just shows how we fit in. We are like the connection, as I said, Fleurieu Peninsula is the regional tourism body, connecting with local operators. Firstly, connecting them to the state, to SATC, and then secondly to Tourism Australia. It's really important to understand that, because without our connection, the local operators don't have that direct link with the bodies that they need for support. Just on the right-hand side of the screen, and I believe you have a soft copy of this presentation, there is a video that we don't have time to play, but I would encourage you to watch that. On the right-hand side there, it says, watch the video for the value of tourism. And we made that a couple of years ago, but it's very relevant at the moment to understand the value of the visitor economy. Not using the word tourism there, because the visitor economy goes much wider than just what is traditionally regarded as tourism. And that's a great way to understand how broad the visitor economy is and how important that we are to maintain that. I just wanted to mention our board. We are a slightly different model to many of the other regional tourism bodies around the state, in that we have a skills-based board. We form the board by actually seeking out people with specific skills from specific organisations and backgrounds to fill a broad cross-section of the market. So as you can see there, we have accommodation operators, food and beverage operators, winery operators, marketing experts, and a whole range of people that bring their expertise to our board. It's not a membership-based organisation; it's an organisation based on skill that then can offer advice and offer assistance to the people that we are seeking to assist.
Thank you. So just to give you a visitor economy snapshot, so these stats are by South Australian Tourism Commission, and they're for the calendar year of 2024. So the actual expenditure in the Fleurieu Peninsula region is 519 million. We made 81% of our target. We have obviously for the Fleurieu Peninsula being so close to Adelaide, we have a drive market, and we have a lot of local day trippers and local residents. But we're wanting to, the growth strategy is trying to obviously get these visitors to our region to spend more and stay overnight. But essentially 2.2 million a night spent in region. So just in regards to marketing, we work with South Australian Tourism Commission, and we leverage the marketing. We have a very small budget, but we've worked on a really big strategy this year with this SEO strategy to try and get more eyeballs on our website. So as a result for this financial year, we had 161 increase on the website. So essentially getting new people to look at the Fleurieu Peninsula website and to drive people to businesses on the Fleurieu Peninsula as well with ATDW leads. Sorry, and a big thing, obviously we can't do this by ourselves. We need collaboration. We are currently funded by the hopefully four councils on the Fleurieu Peninsula and South Australian Tourism Commission. And so we need to work collaboratively with other industry groups and associations and to support our tourism operators. So we've presented to the Business and Tourism Aldinga AGM, the McLaren Vale Great Wine and Tourism, Willunga's Farmers Market, and we're trying to leverage, and help each other wherever we can.
I might just add in here at the moment, the funding we are seeking, we're well aware of the financial constraints across the whole Fleurieu and in particular council areas. So we have actually reduced our request for funding by 15% across the four councils in this funding period. We have been going through a fairly tumultuous time in state tourism for a whole bunch of different reasons. And so this gave us, we believe this was important that we buckle down and reduce what we're asking for to ensure that all councils could continue to fund us. As Sondra mentioned, we have spoken to all four councils as of tonight, but the other three have agreed at this point. So we're very pleased about that. The other really important point to note is because of the changes in the state tourism marketing and structure, up until very recently, SATC were only guaranteeing the funding of the current structure for one more year. And with very graciously, they've increased that by another further 2 years. So we've now effectively got 3 years of guaranteed funding, which is why the reason we only started at the point that we've started with you is with 2 years was because of that uncertainty, but we've now got some certainty in that as well.
So just in regards to what are we doing upcoming? So we're working at the moment, a lot of our time is being spent with spending with local businesses, especially around the algal bloom and how we can help them in regards to their well-being, their financial sustainability, grant funding and letters of support and sending them to the right direction for other business organisations.
I'm just going to cut in here because we've only got a minute and a half left. And I believe talking about the algal bloom and its effect on tourism is really important. I'm not sure how well versed everyone in the room is on the topic. It's having an extreme effect on tourism and it's only just starting. So I think it's really important that we make everyone aware of what's actually occurring. I've used a little bit information about my own business, and I do that with some reticence because obviously I'm sharing confidential information. But at the moment, on my little accommodation business in Second Valley, last October, we held $26,000 in revenue. Currently, we're holding $2,000. So to put that into context, the likelihood of us getting even to a quarter of a way what we did last year is very unlikely at this point. So it's an extreme circumstance. the state government's reaction, while we're very grateful for, it is still relatively small, and the impact it's going to have on a whole range of businesses, whether they be marine based, coastal based, or inland, is going to be extreme. If you cut down the visitors to the Fleurieu Peninsula by 50%, the visitors to wineries will cut by 50% too. It's not a matter of only coastal communities that will be affected. So I just wanted to make sure we got that in before we reached our time. Anything else you want to? So that's probably it for the moment. And if I could refer back, and then we'll answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Thanks very, I really appreciate it, Matthew and Sandra. I will open up for anyone who does have questions. Councillor Wilkes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. I really appreciate you coming out tonight. I've got a couple of questions. You had some really comprehensive data on slide, I think it was about slide 5. I was just wondering, how do you collect that data?
Do you want to go back to the right one? That one?
Yes.
Do you want to
Yeah, there's various ways that they collect data. So South Australian Tourism Commission, and they're actually just changing the way that they collect data. So they subscribe to, like, you know, accommodation data sets, use mobile phone data. Yeah, so lots of different types of data that they scrape through. Also, Tourism Australia do some data collection quite regularly as well.
So this is collected by the South Australian Tourism Commission, not by the
No.
Yes, I got that. And also the Australian Tourism Commission. Thank you. Look, I was just wondering, and maybe that is a question for them, but I mean, you spoke of the algal bloom and the devastating effects it's having on our community. Are you planning on, and you spoke of your own personal effect as well, do you think you'll do some before and after in that space, or do you have anything planned moving forward to collect data that?
It's a very good question, and the lack of data in the immediate term is a huge issue. So basically, it's not available. We actually did our own survey that just went out in the last few days of all tourism operators on the Fleurieu Peninsula. And if you have the opportunity, I would encourage it. It's been fairly widely spread, and to the council offices as well, to encourage people to fill that out, because the really big risk is here that people just die a slow death, and no one above actually ever hears about it. So just as a snapshot, we've only had about, I think from top of my head, about 15 operators have filled that out. The reduction, the broad figures are about 85% of those, which is obviously the majority, have had a major impact from the algal bloom. And this is off the top of my head, about 15%, that's probably only about 3, have actually submitted for the funding because they believe they'll get it, and the rest believe they won't get any funding.
Yeah.
So that's a very broad snapshot.
You mean the state government funding?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you so much. I was sitting with a tourism body, and they were telling me that 8 people that applied for the funding, everyone was rejected for it. So it's something that's definitely being looked into, and I'd love to see the survey that you've put out and promote it. So thank you so much for sharing that information.
I'll just share also, and I sent a direct email, a personal one this afternoon, to the head of the SATC and to the Tourism Industry Council of South Australia, describing exactly what our personal situation is and the effect it's had on our business just this afternoon. For that very reason, to really drive home the point that this isn't just about marine operators, and it's not just about people that you would think would be affected. I think it's going to clearly spread way beyond that.
Thank you.
So right. Thank you.
Councillor Jew.
Thank you for your deputation. Really appreciate it. And so, the algae bloom is definitely a hot topic for us as well. Knowing that the state government is the lead agency, but what role you see that council could do in supporting businesses within our region in relation to the algae bloom? We've just last month endorsed our economic strategy, which you might have seen, and just wondered, if you had any commentary around either of those things.
I guess from the algae bloom point of view, it is a really difficult situation to get the message through. The most important thing is for us to gather information and facts about its effect. There's no point in sitting back in 12 months' time and going, look how many businesses went out of business. So that's the first step. Is, as I said, we did distribute that survey just in the last few days. So I would encourage people to fill that out. There are many other surveys going around. I think that's one of about 3 or 4 at the moment. But the most important thing is to hit the nail on the head and find out exactly how people's business is being influenced. So that would be the first step. And the second step would be to refer your constituents back through Fleurieu Peninsula Tourism we are that conduit between the local bodies and the state government, so we can certainly assist in that. It's not always going to be a friendly assistance from going up the tree, because we might not be happy with what's occurring up the tree ourselves, and you probably gathered from my tone of voice that I'm not. So it's really important that we do make sure that message gets through.
Thank you. There's no further questions, but I just want to acknowledge the work that you do, and also appreciate how frank you've been in this public space, because that's also a high risk approach in these current times. So thank you both for coming.
No, thank you very much. And look, it's really important that we are frank and we are open and honest about it, because otherwise it'll be too late by the time someone realises. So thank you very much all for your time this evening.
Our next deputation comes from Shane Reiche from the Willunga District's RSL sub-branch, and this is to make note of the 80th anniversary of the end of the Second World War. And just to reiterate that yesterday was Vietnam Veterans Day too, so I just want to pay attention to that. I know that's something that is very relevant for many people in many of our RSL sub-branches, not the least Willunga. So Shane, you've got 8 minutes, and you'll hear a bell as you did last time at that 6-minute mark. It's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor and councillors, guests. Thanks for the opportunity to address the chamber. Tonight, as we gather in remembrance and reflection, we confront the enduring legacy of war, a spectre that has shaped nations, scarred landscapes, and above all, transformed countless human lives. 80 years have now passed since the world witnessed the unimaginable devastation unleashed upon Hiroshima on August the 6th and Nagasaki on August the 9th, 1945. These were days when the very fabric of humanity seemed to be torn apart in an instant. I want to not only mark these dates, but also explore deeply how war, especially in its most extreme forms, leaves no one untouched. Not the armed forces personnel who fight in its name, nor the civilians who struggle to survive its storms. It may surprise some people that we who wear or have worn the uniform do not relish the thought of war. Mostly we abhor the prospect of suiting up for war with the inevitable possibility of losing our mates or indeed our own lives. However, we all did sign a blank cheque for up to and including the value of our lives. So if called upon by the nation to fight in its name, we would. For those who serve in uniform, war is a crucible unlike any other. The visible injuries of battle are plain to see: wounds, scars, amputations. But it is the invisible wounds that so often persist long after the guns fall silent. Many veterans carry inside of them the weight of trauma, the echoes of artillery, and the faces of friends lost. Post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, depression, these are not mere bywords, but daily realities for many who have served. Many of us have dealt with our demons. However, the numbers of veterans who have taken their own lives and those who continue to suicide is an utter tragedy that I have unfortunately witnessed firsthand with too many of my own veteran mates. The transition from battlefield to home front can be a journey fraught with confusion, isolation, and a longing for understanding that sometimes seems elusive. Moreover, the structure and purpose that military services provide can, in the absence of war, give way to a sense of anxiety, agitation, and restlessness. Careers shattered by injury, families strained by long absences, and communities that struggle to comprehend the burdens borne by their returning defenders. These are the complex ripples that radiate through the lives of those who serve. This is why we veterans of the profession of arms lean on each other and gather together, knowing that we understand each other like those who haven't served in uniform can, and that collectively we are a safe place for each other. Our society needs to remember that behind every medal, every uniform is a human being, deserving not only of gratitude, but also of compassion and support. But wars are not fought by soldiers alone. Beyond the front lines, it's civilians, women, children, the elderly, who so often pay the highest price. As currently being witnessed in Ukraine and Gaza, their homes become battlegrounds, their lives upended by forces far beyond their control. In times of war, basic necessities become scarce: food, medicine, shelter, even the expectation of safety. Displacement of people, refugees in search of sanctuary, families torn apart, entire communities erased, is one of the most tragic consequences of conflict. The psychological toll is immense. Children growing up amid the rubble, parents haunted by the choices they must make to ensure their family's survival. The trauma of war lingers, shaping generations long after the fighting has ceased. And then when there is the cost to the fabric of society itself, schools shuttered, cultures disrupted, trust eroded between neighbours, the slow unravelling of the ordinary rhythms of life. War in its most insidious form is not only the destruction of bodies and buildings, but it is the erosion of hope. It's against this backdrop that we turn our eyes with solemn hearts to the tragedy of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, events that transpired 80 years ago. On the morning of August 6th, 1945, a single bomb fell from the sky above Hiroshima. In a blinding flash, the city was transformed into a furnace hotter than the surface of the sun. Tens of thousands perished instantly. Tens of thousands more would succumb to their injuries in the days and months that followed. 3 days later, a second bomb fell on Nagasaki, bringing with it a similar apocalypse. The survivors carried not only the physical scars of radiation burns and illness, but the psychological burden of having witnessed a world unmade. They became living testaments to the horror of atomic warfare. Their stories speak not only of suffering, but of resilience, of lives rebuilt from ashes, of warnings offered to a world that must never forget. The aftermath of those bombings reverberated far beyond Japan. The image of the mushroom cloud became a symbol, a warning to all humanity of the unthinkable power now wielded by nations with what some would say are questionable leaders. In the Cold War years that followed, the shadow of nuclear annihilation loomed over the globe, reminding us that the fate of millions, armed forces personnel and civilians alike, could be decided in a single irrevocable instant. Why do we remember these events 80 years on? Why do we reflect on the wounds inflicted by war? Because the lessons are as vital today as they ever were. First, we must commit ourselves to the well-being of those who serve and who have served. Their sacrifices demand not only our gratitude, but our ongoing support in healthcare, in community, in opportunity. We must ensure that the transition from war to peace and from uniform to civilian life is marked not by neglect, but by understanding and care. Second, we must never lose sight of the civilian cost of war. Protection of innocents must be at the forefront of any decision to wage conflict. Humanitarian aid, reconstruction, reconciliation, these are not secondary concerns, but central to the pursuit of a just and lasting peace. And third, we must heed the voices of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The atomic bombings were not mere episodes in history, but were warnings etched in fire and shadow. As new generations assume leadership, it is our moral responsibility to ensure that the horrors of never repeated. Diplomacy, dialogue and disarmament must be our watchwords if we hope to secure a future free from the spectre of annihilation. As I conclude, let us pause, not only in remembrance but in resolve. Let us honour the armed forces personnel who have borne the weight of battle, the civilians who have endured the storm, and the survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki who remind us with every breath of the price of war. May we strive for a world where peace is not a distant dream, but a living reality, where the tragedies of the past serve as guideposts, and where our collective humanity triumphs over division, destruction, and despair. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing up Long Tan and Vietnam Veterans Day. It was yesterday. 105 Australian soldiers were being attacked by 2,500 Vietnamese forces. In the blinding rain, they stood tall. We lost 18 of them, lest we forget. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You wouldn't mind staying in case there are any questions from elected members. I do think you have spoken for yourself, but so thank you very much for being here this evening.
No questions? Thank you.
Next deputation is from Peter Rawlins and friends from the Seaford Lions. If you'd like to come forward, please. Thank you. And just as the Seaford Lions are on their way up, just to remind you the 8 minutes. I did give them a challenge earlier and see how they go. You got all you need? Ready to roll?
I think you're right. Good evening, everybody. My name's Peter Rawlins, and I'm the president of the Seaford Lions. We had a large shed built last year, but due to the success of our garage sales, we're finding we're running out of room fast. We have to move the furniture in and out of the shed every time we have a garage sale, which is damaging the furniture and also our members, because quite a few of our members are getting on in years. So we are looking to extend the shed on the eastern side 15 metres by 5 metres. By extending the shed, it'll help the community by accepting more donations. It is helpful by less going into landfill and increasing the sales and the money we can donate back to the community. We feel that we could probably double our sales if we could have a little more storage where we can display our goods better. Now, I have got support from Chris Picton and Amanda Rishworth. So that's about all I've really got to tell you. If anybody wants to ask some questions.
Thanks, Peter. Do we have any questions? Councillor Wilkes.
Thank you for your deputation, Peter. I was just wondering, you mentioned that you're giving back to the community. I sort of know the answer, but I'm going to ask you, how are you giving back to the community?
Any way we can. We're supporting the Lions medical research. We support the local schools now. We've actually got 4 schools on board where we donate $1,100–1,200 worth of books every year now. We're actually going to run the Mad Minute, which is a Lions project, in the schools next year. So, that's the way we can help.
Jeff Niscott, the treasurer of the Lions Club. We also distribute up to $20,000 per year, with not only within the city of Onkaparinga, but around Australia to help people out. And it's a big issue not being able to display our goods properly in the shed, and it's somewhere where we can store them so that we can continue our good work within the community. We also look after the disabled lifesaving, not lifesaving, the disabled surfing group.
Surfing, yeah.
Yeah, we donate. We actually bought half of their trailer that they've got. We donated towards that. So.
Amazing. Thank you. And I know that SES Lonsdale are also very happy with the machine, the coffee machine that you donated. So I always think that you guys are amazing, and it's great to know that there's a community club there that we can contact, and you guys are always willing to help the community with donations that they request. So thank you.
We're always there to help. We're only too happy to be able to help the community, and that's why we set the club up in the first place, is to give back to our community. We're actually going to run a quiz night on the.
Oh, we can do ads in a minute, but we'll have, before we go to the ad break, Councillor Themeliotis.
Yes, just a couple of questions. Thank you for your deputation, Peter, and I do, with Councillor Wilkes, acknowledge the work of Lions. I've just got a couple of questions. So I don't understand, how did we get the shed size wrong the first time? Like, why didn't we get it right the first time?
Well, I didn't actually expect it to be quite as good as what the sales to be as good as they are.
Mm-hmm.
And when you actually set it up, how it is set up now, there's not actually as much room in the shed as what you think there might be.
Okay. All right, fair enough. And my second and last question. So you're looking for external funding to pay for the additional size of the shed or the extension. What if that funding doesn't come? What happens then?
You want to answer that?
The treasurer's job.
We always look around to see what grants, etc., are available. We're also saving funds ourselves. That means that we can't help the community if we don't get a grant. So that we're looking at self-funding part of it, as well as going for grants that may be available to assist us. And the Lions themselves also have grants that can assist us in these sorts of circumstances.
Thank you. Councillor Eaton.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. Just a couple of questions. First one is your sources of funding. How do you raise your funds?
This could be an ad break. I'm just a bit nervous.
One of the sorts of funds is doing barbecues at Seaford, and we also do at Christie's Beach Market. We also help out different groups around the district, including the city of Onkaparinga. We are open to any issues that we could use as fundraising for the club, because we really do put back a lot of funds back into the community, like the defibrillators, and help out the country fire service in our own area at Seaford as well.
Okay, just and in respect to your current shed and the size, how much sort of funding have you generated through it, and what do you expect to generate by increasing the size of it? Thank you.
We raised over $9,000 in the last 12 months. We also have issues with people storing furniture and stuff that we can't fit in the shed, where we put that on Facebook as well, which has been quite successful. But given that that's an issue, it would be good to be able to have it all at the shed where we could display it and not clutter up people's homes, even though it's very good of them to do that. It is a little bit meaningful when, it's usually the president that does it, because he's got a nice home, but not everybody has the room to be able to do that to help the community.
And people are quite happy about those Christmas cakes. Councillor Platten.
Thank you, and thank you, Peter and Jeff. Pete does have a nice home, lovely cups of tea. My real question is, what support are you looking for from council?
We're not technically looking for any support from the council.
Mainly approval.
Mainly
approval to get permission to put the shed on the land close to where we are, so that we can continue our good work within the community. And we really appreciate the support that the council has given us in the past. Thank you.
I'll give you 1 minute to do a spruik for the quiz night, and then we'll conclude. So your time starts now.
Okay. We're actually going to run a quiz night on the 25th of October, which will be held at the Seaford Rangers Footy Club. Now, all the money raised from that will be going back to Lions Disaster Help Australia. It all goes back to any sort of a disasters in Australia. It does not go overseas. The floods over in New South Wales, the bushfires in Kangaroo, we gave money to that, and that's where it asked to go.
If I could just butt in on Peter there. If you watched Landline on Sunday, you would have seen that the Lions had been doing helping out with all the flood victims, and that was well advertised on the Landline.
Thank you. I'll call that a day. If anyone wants to go to the quiz night, Councillor Platten, I think, is organising a table. So
it's actually filmed.
No.
It's got a table. So thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
It's got a table. Thank you.
And hopefully that the Onkaparinga councillors will do better than last time. Samantha Bolton, you're up next from the South Coast Netball Club. And if you'd like to make your way to the front, I think you've got a few helpers there with you. As you would have noticed, 8 minutes, and you've got to get the buzzer at the 2 minutes to go mark. Samantha, I think we've received some slides from you. Is that right? Yep. Do you want assistance for us to flick through them, or will you be right for that?
We should be right.
Okie doke. Your time starts now. Off you go.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you firstly for the opportunity to speak to you all tonight. We're here today on behalf of South Coast Netball Competition to request urgent support for a small but significant enhancement to the courts on River Road. The addition of netball supershot lines ahead of our summer competition this October. This is a simple ask, just one line at the end of each court, no field-in zones, no broadcast or standard markings, just a visible, modest addition. But what it represents is something much greater, the innovation in grassroots sport, leadership in regional development, and a unique opportunity for Onkaparinga to lead and not follow. With your support, we will become the first competition in South Australia to offer this format, years ahead of Netball SA's official rollout in 2028. And we're ready for it. We have players asking for it, and Netball SA fully supports it. We just need your approval to get started. What is supershot, you may ask? A supershot is an extra scoring zone introduced into netball in the elite competitions and from 2028 regional competitions in SA. It is marked by a semicircle, as you can see in the photo. An arc is 1.9 metres inside the regular goal circle. In the last 2 minutes of each quarter, any goal scored from this space between the two lines equals 2 goals. Supershots add excitement, strategy, and skill to the game. We're asking for just a simple 50mm wide line at each end of the court, not a fully filled in area or advertising zones, as you could see in the picture previously.
Over the last few years, South Coast Netball has grown faster than we ever expected. In just 3 seasons, we've expanded from a single senior division into fully inclusive competition with divisions from under 9s to adults, including mixed teams. This growth didn't happen by accident. It's the result of affordable fees, inclusive programming, and a commitment to delivering a fun, safe, high-quality experience, regardless of age, gender, or experience level. We're proud to be one of the few Southern competitions accredited to badge umpires in Netball SA standards. We also run structured training and mentoring programs for our officials throughout the season. This ensures we're not just providing games, we're building pathways, we're developing skills, leadership, and confidence, both on and off the court. And crucially, we offer our players Netball SA and Netball Australia insurance, something not all other local competitions provide. We've positioned ourselves as a safer, more professional, and more accessible option, and this proposed update will help us continue that trajectory.
We're ready to roll out the supershot format this season. We have advertising materials prepared, a billboard booked, and marketing plan ready to launch. Registrations are needing to open this week. The only thing holding us back from our full advertising campaign is the approval to mark the lines. Without a timely decision, we do lose the opportunity to promote the new format and build player excitement in time for our season launch. This is a moment we don't want to miss, and your support now allows us to move forward at full speed. Some might be concerned about adding other lines and it could make courts confusing, but let's consider tennis. Tennis courts have 2 sets of lines, singles and doubles. It's never caused confusion. Players, umpires, spectators instinctively know which lines apply in which game format. The additional markings don't detract from the game, they enhance its flexibility. Netball is no different. The supershot line will be there when needed and ignored when it's not. The subtle visual aid is not a disruption. And unlike other sporting upgrades, it doesn't require any infrastructure, no construction, no permanent changes. It's just a low cost, low impact, high environment.
Council's support for this upgrade would put Onkaparinga at the forefront of modernising netball in South Australia. It'll drive increased traffic to the River Road courts, promoting council facilities as inclusive, innovative and well-utilised community assets. It'll boost participation from new and returning players, especially younger players excited by the faster-paced, high-energy format, strengthening umpiring and coaching pathways in the South, which is something we're already leading the way on. It'll enhance visibility for our sport and region, especially as we continue to grow and attract players from across the district. This isn't just a win for netball, it's a win for community sport, youth development, health, engagement and reputation. Your own sport and active recreation plan for 2021 to 2025 outlines a clear vision, increased participation, promote wellbeing, support inclusive programs and maximise the use of local facilities. This request delivers on all of those goals. We're not asking for the courts to be resurfaced or expanded. We're simply asking for the addition of a painted line, a minimal investment with maximum strategic alignment. It's the kind of initiative that will keep young people active, engaged, and proud of their local competition. By acting now, you can demonstrate exactly the kind of proactive leadership this strategy calls for and avoid playing catch up when these changes become mandatory statewide in 2028. We understand there may be concerns that granting this request could create a precedent. That's precisely why this moment is important, not risky. By approving this early, it gives council a chance to shape and control the narrative. You can create a clear, equitable framework for future requests, rather than reacting to a wave of rushed applications in 3 years' time when the supershot becomes standard. This is your opportunity to lead with structure and purpose, not play defence later.
We're established, growing fast and backed by Netball SA. From 40 players in our inaugural year to last season and more expected this summer. We're ready to deliver this upgrade efficiently, professionally and with measurable community impact. We've listened to player feedback. The supershot line was the most requested feature for the new season. We've built demand, built the plan, and now we just need the green light. The supershot format has been hugely successful in professional netball in Australia, New Zealand and the UK. It increases fan engagement, raises skill levels and makes the game more dynamic. We want to give players the same opportunity to develop the skills and play a format they're seeing on TV and online. By acting now, councils helps to prepare these athletes for future and help maybe even elite opportunities. We have the competition, the players, the officials, the marketing plan and the community support. We're not asking for any major funding or infrastructure, just the addition of the 2 lines per court. Our competition begins in October and we need confirmation this week to meet those deadlines. At the end of the day, this is just one small line, but it represents something much bigger. A small line for council, but a great impact for our netball community. With your support, we can proudly bring the supershot south and inspire the next chapter of netball in Onkaparinga. So thank you for your time and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Wilkes.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Thank you for coming out this evening. I'm assuming that's a netball injury. I know how passionate netball is now.
Yes, it is. Yes, I just had surgery to replace an ACL and meniscus. So
Love
so tricky, but we're here.
You're amazing. Look, I was just wondering, how did this option come about?
It was actually our idea. So we're always looking for ways to upscale what we do, and we put out a survey last year to see what everyone would like, and the biggest impact, and everyone's like if you could have anything in netball, what would it be? And everyone went supershot. So once we got that, we thought, well, let's give it a go, and we approached Netball SA with the idea, and they thought it was great. They thought it was a great initiative, so they've jumped on board now.
That's amazing. That's so exciting for Onkaparinga. I'm going to say with my debate though, I have another couple of questions. Have you held this event or competition before?
Yes. So
this is our this will be our 3rd season. So we ran our first season in 2022.
Oh, that's with the 40 people? Yes.
And then last year we included juniors in our competition, which increased our participation to 289 people.
That's amazing. That's very exciting. I'm going to see if there's any other questions.
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Hey, thank you for your deputation. In another time, in another space, I am Millie's offsider, so I know how important the supershot is. I have a billion questions, but I'm going to try and limit them. We have a regional facility for netball. Have you discussed this at all with the regional facility?
No, I have not.
No?
This is as in Netball South Australia, or are you
in the Onkaparinga's regional in Suna?
With Suna? No, we haven't. We don't have an affiliation with Suna. They're 2 separate competitions.
Sure. Are you looking to have it as an exclusive support for your club, something exclusive for your club, or do you think once we roll it out that most clubs are going to take it on? Because my understanding is Netball SA hasn't given the green light for it to be across all competitions in any format yet.
So when I spoke to Caitlin Sullivan at Netball SA, she said that the plan was when the new courts get developed in the city, when they finish redevelopment in 2028, they are going to be marked with supershot lines, and from there they will be rolled out.
As a rule change for all of netball?
As an option.
As an option, okay. So I just want to confirm as well, are you looking for us to give the green light to have them put on the River Road courts? Are you looking for us to fund them to be put on the courts?
So a bit of both. We would like the approval, but also we are looking for the council to put them. So we are actually we're the only club on a different leasing and licensing agreement to the standard hardcore lease agreement. Ours is actually different. So under our agreement, we are not allowed to put up signage, we're not allowed to have storage, and we're not allowed to make changes to the courts because it is shared facility. So any changes to the courts, we've been told, has to come through council.
And probably my last question, how much is the billboard?
I'm a marketing coordinator, so I have a lot of contacts in the areas. It depends on which billboard. There is a number of different
like your advertising strategy, how much money have you put towards the advertising strategy that you've got to roll out when you're ready to go?
It'd be a few hundred.
And do you know what the line marking is costing?
No, we have contacted a lot of line marking companies, but we haven't got an official quote back yet.
Okay.
A lot of them have said they can't quote over the phone. They need to be out. They need to do all of that. So we haven't had the quotes come back yet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Themeliotis.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. I've got a couple of questions. Just before, you mentioned to Councillor Wilkes that you've held this competition before.
We've held a summer competition before, but the super shot line would be a big part of that.
Okay, absolutely. So you haven't done a super shot. Question done. You said you're asking for council support. What does that mean?
So in everything that we do on our lease agreement, we have to get it approved by council. We can't make any changes because we don't actually have a lease, it's a license. So
you're not asking council for any funding?
Ideally, we would like for council to pay to put the lines in, again, because our agreement is different. We aren't allowed to make changes. We're not allowed to advertise there. We're not allowed to do any of that. So it makes it hard, and it makes it hard when we can't make changes to then go, well, we need to pay for it, but you can't make changes.
So do you know how much it's going to cost for the lines?
Not yet, no. I had ballparks, which is about 1,000, but I haven't got an official quote.
And if council were happy to approve the lines but couldn't fund the costs, what would that mean?
Then it probably wouldn't be up for this season. We would have to go and raise money for it.
Okay. And council, I understand that council may have approached you around a permit application. Have you put in an application to council for a request for this?
We have put in our event application. Okay. So originally when we started competition, we were told we didn't need it. Okay. When I approached, it was because it is held predominantly by a netball club, whole competition. We were told we didn't need it because we already have that agreement with the netball club. It has only been since I have put in for this deputation that I've been told I need to have an event permit, and so we've done so.
Councillor Platten.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Is there an ability, in your knowledge, to put the lines in a temporary way?
If that's not a thing we can do, then we're happy with that as well. But from my understanding, if it's going to be run on so much and with the weather, that it's going to veer out very quickly, will need to be done multiple times. From my understanding, talking with the line marketing crew.
Yep. You spoke a fair amount about how it won't impact other people using the courts. Have you spoken to the tennis club, and do you know their feelings on it?
Yeah, we talked to the tennis club, Bold Club, and there's sewing, and there's a men's group there as well, and we all talk together. They are more than happy. They said it doesn't affect them at all. They don't mind either way. And the others don't use the courts themselves and use the indoor space.
Councillor Wilkes, another question?
Thank you. I'll just reiterate 6 lines. But I just wanted to ask, because we did touch that you've held the competition before. So have you needed a permit before for the Super Coast competition?
No, we have not.
South Coast. Okay, so when was it brought to your attention that you needed a permit?
Only a day, maybe 2 days ago.
I filed it yesterday. There you go. So we only found out yesterday that we needed a permit for it.
And you filed, thanks, so proactive. Okay, and then so you've spoken to other clubs, that's good, that's all I had. All right, thank you.
So I'm just wanting to clarify, because later on councillors will need to make a decision on this. So you haven't run the super shot before, but you've been a club doing netball before.
Yeah, so we run a regular
normal competition. Yeah. Normal as in not super shot.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
So you haven't ever done this before.
This is new to
yeah, I just want to make sure that we're all clear about that. Yes. Yes, yeah, okay. We agree with all of that. Councillor Themeliotis.
Yeah, another question, just around funding again. Just because what I thought was happening and what's happening is a little bit different. Is there any way club could contribute any funding if it came down to it towards the lines? Especially with the urgency you've given on this.
Yeah, so we have brought it up a few times, but we ended up coming today because we're running out of time without a clear answer. But as for funding, I would need to check because I don't know how that works with our leasing agreement, how that works with our funding.
So right now you couldn't commit that the club would consider any contribution towards the cost of the line marking.
That's right.
I might need to put this question I'm going to ask to staff later, but I'm just wanting to clarify. I understood you had a license, not a lease.
Sorry, yes, that was my
okay.
A licensing. Sorry,
that's all right. They just mean different things to people in the chamber, so I just want to make sure we're not getting confused. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, girls. Thanks for coming and giving that deputation. Just a question about what discussions you may have already had with council.
A few went unanswered, to be honest. Another we asked, and it was just a no, straight up no, we're not doing it, and we didn't really get a reason as to why.
And was this in a written correspondence, or?
It was, yes. And they offered the option for temporary, and we said, are we sure that's what it is? And then they said, well, we don't know, this is where you need to come. So that's what we did.
And you mentioned that the member for Kingston and Garner was supportive of you, Chris Picton and Amanda Rishworth. What support were they saying they could provide you?
We haven't gone to them yet for the super shop. They do support our regular competition. They generally join us at our quiz nights and things like that as well to help out, but we haven't gone to them with the super shop.
One more question. Grants, have you considered grants?
Yes, we have. It was purely just as we were getting closer and closer without an answer that we wouldn't have a grant answer between now and October. So we're looking for that answer before our season starts.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilkes, is that okay? Yeah, absolutely. I'm just asking people to be quiet so their question can be heard.
Excellent. So we're realising this is quite time sensitive, and you've said you've had responses back from council. Have you've asked council for this request?
We have, yes.
Yes. Okay. Yep. Cool. And how long ago? How long ago did you ask? And did you send an email? Did you call? What was the channels that you did?
We did phone call, we did email, and we only got a response after we'd already put in for the deposition tonight. We only got a response yesterday.
So are you talking, was this days ago you asked, or was it weeks ago? Or
weeks ago.
A month? Yeah, okay, yeah. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming in this evening.
Thank you.
Moving into dual presentation, deputation from Vanessa and Blaze. You'd like to make your ways up. So Vanessa Kalderovskis and Blaze Pilgrim are going to speak to the chamber regarding the algal bloom impact from their perspectives. And we're really pleased that you are able to join us. And just for people's knowledge, that when people present on a deputation where there are two or more who are sharing the same issue, we encourage them to share the time. And I'm very grateful that you two were able to come to an understanding around that. And so you've got 8 minutes between you. I understand you're going to do 4 each. I don't know if you did scissors, rock, paper, or tossed a coin or whatever, see who goes first. But at that 6 minute mark, you will hear the ding dong. So don't, but hopefully that won't put you off. So Vanessa, you're going first by the look of it. Off you go.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Mayor Weir, Deputy Mayor G, elected council members and members of the public.
My name is Vanessa Kalderovskis. I'm a proud resident, mother and business owner in the city of Onkaparinga. I'm honoured to be here today to share the voices of those who live in your city, those whom are deeply impacted by the current algae bloom disaster and the horrifying scenes we are witnessing on our coastline. Dead fish, dolphins, sharks, leafy sea dragons, the list goes on. We are a community in mourning. This is our home. The ocean is our sanctuary. I don't believe I need to go into detail of what is occurring, as by now we are all aware of this crisis. Instead, I'm going to share the words from our community. Please listen, as we are the voters, and it is the future generations from our personal families who will inherit whatever earth we leave them. I work with children and they tell me their dreams. So many of them ask to be face painted as mermaids, dolphins, and sharks. It is no wonder, because so much of their life is living right by the sea. Many parents have decided not to enrol their children in surf life saving next year. Some of these residents live very close to the ocean and have been experiencing severe sinus infections and headaches since the bloom got worse. Katrina from Hackham shares, I feel very sad and realise the need to address climate change with greater urgency. On a federal level, stop agreeing to new expansion on gas and coal mines and strengthen the nature laws. It is going to be cheaper to do as much as we can as soon as possible. The longer we wait, the more we will have to spend on disaster relief. Nature needs help to recover now. We have pushed it too far in the name of economics and always wanting more. We need to do everything with sustainability in mind. Humans are very smart and powerful. We have come a long way, but often it is at the expense of something else. Now is the time to give back and use our abilities to help the environment. After speaking to many residents, this is what I've learned. Many local fishermen I spoke to are in favour of protecting what life we have left right now and fully support a pause in recreational fishing. The community is against dredging. Zoe, a local surfer, said it perfectly. The ocean has been treated like a dumping ground. On behalf of the local surfers, Zoe calls for immediate, better protection for our ocean from stormwater pollution. Many surfers have been sick for weeks with chronic sinus infections. Our community has lost faith and do not trust the state and federal government. We ask Deputy Mayor Dew and the councillors involved, please take our voices to Canberra. The community are sick of talking. Yes, information sessions are very, very important. However, what we want are announcements. Announcements such as the City of Onkaparinga are happy to announce that we will be implementing an immediate program which will dramatically minimise the amount of excess nutrients running off into our ocean. Another example would be the City of Onkaparinga are thrilled to announce that after pausing fishing and dredging in our coastal waters, we have achieved healthy seagrass levels and adequate population of marine life to sustain all local species. We took action just in time. Ocean first, industry second. Thank you.
How do you follow that? Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for keeping what's happening in our environment in your full focus. It deeply matters. My name is Blaze Pilgrim. I'm a local change maker, creative freelancer. I make videos, take photos. I live in the city of Onkaparinga. Following on from Vanessa, I also want to talk about what's happening, what I'm seeing, what I'm feeling, what others are feeling in regards to the environmental crisis unfolding in SA. Over the last 5 years, I've had the privilege of seeing our coast from the sky in recreational planes flying along from Willunga. Since January, our waters have shifted dramatically in colour from their typical clear blue to a suspecting dull yellow-green. There's been a noticeable increase in floating organic debris. The water clarity over the region has declined. And areas where you could previously see sand, algae, rocks, and marine life at a few metres deep are now obscured by cloudy greyish waters or dense greens. I've been sharing footage to raise awareness, asking what others are noticing too. If you have a look on the Facebook, you will see countless comments of people reflecting similar observations of unusually frothy waters. Comments reflecting things like it looks like someone's put dishwashing liquid in our seas, and their personal concerns regarding their health and what is going to come next. I've been following climate change since I heard Al Gore first speak about it in An Inconvenient Truth when I was 12 years old. I've been following this outbreak along our coast since I first heard of it on social media back in April and May. I watch all the forums online. I attend as many of them in person as I can. I have no doubt that this topic really matters to our future generations. At the SAU Youth Forum annual reports, we'll have a look at the Your Voice Matters campaign insights to see how crucially important it is to younger generations. However, when I recently attended the SA Algal Bloom Community Forum on August 5th, held by our state government, I noticed a distinct absence of young people in attendance or represented as part of that information session. I asked the panel what plans or funding is available to ensure that young people in our future generations are meaningfully engaged in the response to environmental crises moving forward, and the Premier answered the question. He acknowledged that there was a lack of youth in attendance, but he reframed it as young people engage elsewhere. He said what they want is facts, right? What they want is information from their leaders, through the Premier, through their parents, to operate with objectivity. He used the question as an opportunity to provide warnings about misinformation and conspiracy. The forum is supposed to provide an opportunity for members of the community to be able to ask questions, to interrogate the experts and the political arm of government on this topic. But how can young people do that if they're not even in the room? Wildlife's work is focused on engaging young people to ensure that they can give of their time of the greater good. Oh, sugar. There are many barriers in that space. Please, can you help me get clarity from the state government in regards to their plans to meaningfully engage future generations on this topic? Can you help me get the voices of young people understanding how they feel about this? And if the idea of community-driven participatory action research to ensure that conversations from the bottom up reach decision makers, policy writers, and legislators, could you please ask more about my... sorry.
Yeah, your time is up, but I can ask a question to kick off. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
Thank you. If the idea of community-driven participatory action research sounds like a potential solution to ensure that information in our communities reaches the decision makers at the top, I have some really cool ideas around that. Any of you that find that concept as a solution, please come and talk to me.
Thank you. And Vanessa, is there anything else you haven't said? There is some water somewhere that maybe one of the staff can provide to you, or Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Bill. Vanessa, is there anything else that you haven't said that you'd like to add?
Thank you. Blaze, you did a wonderful job. Yes, I do have just another statement from a beautiful resident in your council. So Bev from Muslim Speech, she said that we have all known the reasons which caused climate change since the 80s and have done little to reverse it. How does it affect me? Because that's what I asked her. It affects me deeply on a personal level. Every day I usually run my dogs along the beach. It's our rhythm, our freedom and our joy. Since the algae bloom, that simple ritual has been taken away. There are so few places where dogs can run free, and off-leash beaches are rare treasures. Losing that space feels like losing a part of our daily life. But it's more than just exercise. The beach is my sanctuary. It's where I go to heal. So To release the weight of life's stresses. Standing on the edge of the ocean, I am present, not caught in the past or wondering about the future. The salt air, the rhythm of the waves, and the energy of the sea, the negative ions, it grounds me and it restores me. On a broader level, it breaks my heart because this is yet another reminder of how little respect humanity shows our planet. Too many people are unaware or unwilling to see how even the smallest daily choices can contribute to climate change. We are already seeing the consequences. And if we continue down this path, the destruction will accelerate until the earth has no choice but to shed us. Only then, maybe in our absence, might the planet begin to heal.
Thank you. And I just wanted to check with you, Blaze, the slides that we didn't get all the way through, we can distribute to elected members?
Yes, please.
So I'll now go to questions. You're both happy to take questions? Yes? Okay. Councillor Wilkes.
Thank you so much for coming and speaking to us tonight. I'm going to keep this really short. I don't call it lucky. I call it very unfortunate that I'm sitting on lots of those panels, meetings, roundtables, whatever you want to call it, and have the ability to be able to request certain organisations to be put onto the list for spaces on those tables. So I've got Surf Life Saving, pushing for a community wellbeing representative as well, and working.
And a question, Councillor Wilkes?
Sure.
Deputation.
You mentioned young people. I'm sorry, this just so what would be the best way to engage or ask or bring young voices to that table?
I think we both probably have got a comment for that one.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. Thank you.
Yeah. The comment from the Premier about young people are engaging elsewhere led into commentary about, well, they're engaging online and they're talking. Those formats are immediately dismissed as anecdotal commentary from young people. The comment I made about the potential of doing a real vocal project, it's one of many ideas on what we could do to engage young people. It draws inspiration from design thinking frameworks, co-design methodologies, and frameworks like photo voice and video voice. The idea of we bring it to them and we engage them in contexts that they are already in on the journey that they're already on. Hugely important, but it needs to be done in a way that doesn't keep it as anecdotal and out of these other rooms, right? Out of the rooms where the big adults are making big adult decisions. The best answer I could give you would be, I'm not a young person, so I'm not an expert on what would be the best way to do that. We should just ask young people, the ones that care about this. What would be the best way to engage you and your peers? That should be how we inform how we choose to engage them, I think.
Yeah. Vanessa, did you want to add to that?
Yes, thank you so much. So with my business, because it's children's entertainment, I actually get to, we get to engage lots of little ones from 3 years old and up, right? I feel like the little ones are truly obviously they're our future, and their behaviours of how they treat the planet, what they do at home and everything like that, and they care about the ocean. All of their practices that they're going to do is what's going to actually make change. All of us are a little bit older, and it's great if we can actually do as much as we can now, but I do think it's really important that we can engage the young ones. And so I believe just hearing about your photo idea, that would be great. I believe around teenagers and stuff like that. And then I've been inspired to I want to create something to engage, take some type of workshop or little program into schools, even if it's an assembly or something. I know for a fact that there are so many little ones that are feeling big emotions because they might not be scrolling on social media, but their parents are talking about, oh my God, look at this again at home, and they're looking at and they're talking about all the dead fish and all the death, right? So those little ones are going to be having big feelings. And I just feel like it's really important that if we can, I have these ideas of these workshops that we can take in fun things as well. So it's talking about their feelings so that we can address that. And then if I can bring in like face painting and arts and crafts and things like, okay, which bin do we put this in, guys? And like make things fun and different activities. Talk about the algae bloom, so it's what they call it, age appropriate. I think it's really important, but if we can create these types of programs that we can take it to them, they're not going to come to us because they're busy in their own little world. We need to show them that they get to talk about it too. We need to engage them.
I might take another question. Is that all right?
Hold on, can I finish?
Oh, sorry, you didn't have the, yep, okay.
I appreciate your words so much. I work in a school and I am seeing these big feelings and hearing the big feelings, and it is confronting. And when you hear them try and process it all, and then they talk about the smell, and then one goes, oh yeah, I went. And
question, councillor.
Do you know a group, an organisation, or someone that represents those youngest voices that you're speaking about? Do you
I might just intervene with this. So the Commissioner for Children and Young People is the state depository for that, and as you've both given beautiful examples of community engagement techniques that you do in your ordinary everyday life, and we could perhaps ask some of those questions to our team, our staff, because we've got lots of those people around.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Just very quickly, my background is in working in the volunteer sector. I got SA Youth Worker of the Year in 2022 for my body of work, tackling systemic discrimination against young people in the volunteer sector, research on and volunteering with organisations on engaging young people. There is a myriad of networks.
Yeah, I can be anything.
It's a spreadsheet in my head, right?
I'm human API. Also, Blaze is also doing a leadership program at the moment, so we should be very proud of that. Councillor Dew.
Thank you so much for your deputation. What a dynamic duo. You didn't even know each other beforehand. Blaze, can you just touch on some of the systemic barriers that you feel are in place? And Vanessa, you're welcome to as well, and how we might be able to overcome some of them.
Okay, so I didn't get time to go through the slides in detail because, but a few things we're going to need is a summary of research that I did in 2023, 2024, looking at the areas of the SA, let me think if I get this right, the volunteering strategy for SA 2027, looking at the midpoint of that strategy. There's page 14, it talks about these are the groups, the demographics we do not want to leave behind. I looked at every single government council website's volunteer information page, which is a point of contact for how do young people find things to do in the community when they feel motivated by things like this. And I compared every single council in South Australia against, okay, have they explicitly wanted these demographics? Have they addressed this issue? And it's really, really, really bad. In excess of 80% of South Australian councils do not even specify if an under 18-year-old apply. The research in the sector is something like 12% of not-for-profits and charities mention anything to do with age restrictions for participating in any time of the greater good. And only 40 bodies are saying, would rather, if you're under the age of 18, to come aboard with us or come and participate in one of our volunteer days. Systemic barriers around just not being transparent would be a really amazing first start. This council could help advocate for that research to be put under the nose of local government association again, because I have presented that with LGA in the past. To say simple small changes to your public-facing information would be a first step in challenging those systemic barriers that persist. It's as simple as the invitation: are people welcome or are they not welcome? And by explicitly stating, particularly my passion is young people, the other demographics within that don't leave people behind. Crucial that we make a point of saying, if you are moved by this cause that is affecting you, this program that could benefit other people you care about, please, you are welcome, you're invited. That would be one of the easiest low-hanging fruit things that you guys can help to make change to challenge some of those systemic barriers.
Do you have another question?
I just wanted to say, again, 100%, and I think it would be about taking also that for the young people to schools, to schools, because like my son goes to Aldinga B&D, and I just feel like if and I know how touched he is by this, and I just imagine if someone would go in there and or they would be able to say, hey guys, just letting you know, in every classroom's told that, you know, there's this program if you were inspired or you're feeling something about this algae bloom or whatever other topic it is, you've got an opportunity, you can be a part of this if you like, and you can sign up for it. I don't actually think that any of that's happening, and that would be amazing. I think that the kids actually no, I can't speak for them, but I believe that they know this going on, but I think they just think, oh, the adults will sort it out.
Yeah. Or I'm not allowed to.
Or I'm not allowed to. That's nothing to do with me. The adults will sort it out or whatever, you know, it's away from me, but it needs to be, they get to be part of it.
Have you got another question?
Yeah, I've just got one more question. Vanessa, I know I'm putting you on the spot, and Blaze, you may have as well, but we've got a report tonight in relation to council's role with the algae bloom, and I just wondered if you had any commentary in relation to that and the work the council are doing.
I personally, I definitely think the information session, how fast it was acted upon, I appreciated that so much. The fact we had it at the Willunga Art Centre, I wasn't even aware of the premiere going to another one before that. I think it was the night before. I wasn't even aware of it. I would have been at every one of them if I could have been. But I think that, yeah, I'm grateful that you all acted so fast and had that information session with Dr. Faith. Giving us so much information technically, and then we got to ask questions and get some layman's terms that helped everyone. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I am afraid to pick on my local council because I'm a big fan of you guys. But within the information session that was held more recently at Willunga, I did notice the same problem that I saw at the state forum. However, Mark Cohen was the difference. Mark Cohen was talking about the plight of young people, and he was a very good choice representative on behalf. It would have been really exciting to see a young person up there with Mark Cohen representing themselves with support. But things, going back to what Terry said about young people in different ways, information sessions, forums, that might not be the flavour of cup of tea that young people prefer, although I would argue. Anyway, it needs to be interactive. Community forums and information sessions are wonderful, but they are very one-way conversations. If you go too far down on the other end of the extreme, where it's like, okay, let's open up this highly interactive thing, it's done through like, I don't know, hybrid online digital face-to-face, it can be too diluted for it to be effective in a way that's like, okay, well, what qualitative insights have we gathered? What outcomes are being driven in? Things like World Cafe, things like open technology.
Open space
technology, thank you. Things like workshops and programs that are events that are like work in, work out, that are built around some of the ABCD community development type stuff, right? That's what I think is missing from the city of this response. And I think also you has amazing things with amazing young people that they have really wonderful relationships with. I also want them to be able to explore things, the community development team, some things. Young people are, of course, a part of community development. I'll leave that time in the end.
Yeah. We can hear you. Councillor Davis.
Hi, how you going? I'm not sure if I'm going to get to a question.
Well, you need to get a question.
Get to a question. I have some good news for you. I work for the Education Department, and we have a strategy around volunteering for young people in the community. So I would tap into that. I've just brought the page up. How you can volunteer.
So maybe your question is,
do you want to connect into that space, maybe. Very good.
I've in the past worked alongside Heidi Onkaparinga. I don't think she's at the Department of Education anymore, and Tracy Rawlins, who heads up a lot of the volunteering in schools. So I have some issues.
Maybe that's a conversation you might need to have offline together.
Yeah. It perhaps could be more representative.
Yeah, Councillor Davis, very happy to have a conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the huge effort it takes to be in front of all of us, and your frank and fearless advice back. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're now moving to the reports from committees. So this is page 25 of those of you who are following digital version. And the first is, first and only in this section of our committee is reports is for the CEO, PMC. Councillor Eaton.
Yeah, I'll move as written.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fisher.
Happy to second it.
Thank you. Any questions? I'll put the motion. All in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you. Anyone against? Nobody said no. Okay. Item 9.2. So we're now up to sorry, it was 9.1. Oh, there it is. Right in front of me. So we're up to page 29. This is the Fleurieu Peninsula Tourism Funding Agreement and reflects the earlier deputation we had. Is there an update on this? No. Do I have a mover for this item? Councillor Pritchard.
Happy to move as written.
Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Only just to say that I think the deputation highlighted again the value of the Fleurieu Peninsula Tourism Group, especially during this uncertain period of time with the greater shake-up of funding, and at the same time the importance of that group, given the conversation we've just had around the harmful algal bloom and the conversation we're going to have later.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
I'll second it, exactly what Jordan said.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilkes.
Thank you. I'm a bit slow on the buzzer for this one. I really wanted to move or second it. I just wanted to say, being a product of a cross-collaborative council, so
debate, not a question.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, you've made me lose my train of thought. Yes, being a product of cross collaboration through councils, through the Adelaide Coastal Council Network, I see how important it is to stay connected for councils. So just think that in coming in and giving us that deputation and highlighting the importance, the community is great, and really happy that we are going to be able to support this, hopefully.
Thank you. Councillor Pritchard, do you wish to close? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. Item 9.2, the Happy Valley and Cove BMX Club, page 57. Councillor Themeliotis. Oh, sorry, is there any updates? Apologies if the staff would like to have that opportunity to have an update.
Through the Mayor, the report notes that there is to be an update regarding the traffic management report. Pleased to say that report has been completed and the high-level recommendations have informed staff in terms of advice back to how to manage traffic at the site.
Thank you. Councillor Themeliotis. Apologies.
Thank you. I'm happy to move and a little bit of debate. I just want to put some stuff on the record because I think now it's perfectly the time to do that. The first point is this was never an issue for Onkaparinga Council. This was an issue literally for Marion Council, who never communicated with us or approached us, and I think that's really important to mention. I think it's also important to mention that council staff pretty much bent over backwards with the amount of pressure from Thalassa ward councillors to achieve everything we needed in such a tight time frame, and deliver. You did, and you still are. I'm excited for both of the clubs because now we have 500 BMXers who are able to utilise one of our facilities. They've had an event over the weekend which was an amazing success. And we obviously have a lot of, we've got happy clubs, happy BMXers. But I'm also a little bit sad and disappointed. The disappointment comes from the City of Marion. Now, we always knew this was going to be a temporary solution, but it looks like it's going to be more than a temporary solution. In fact, this is going to go on until winter next year. And what I'm talking about is the upgrade of the Sam Willoughby BMX facility. This is a facility that's had issues from day one. Again, not an issue of the City of Onkaparinga, but an issue for Marion Council and their handling and delivery of the BMX bike facility. All that says to me is in those early conversations with council, that council of the day, is that most likely South Adelaide was the perfect solution for a state level BMX bike facility. I also have great concern for us that maybe in 5 or 10 years down the track, we're going to have these clubs approach us wanting a state level bike facility because the Majors Road continues to have issues. I'm also concerned with the lack of communication from Marion Council. And I get a lot of my information now from 891, where I heard my BMX club on there talking about a report that's going to Marion Council at their next council meeting next week, which is potentially asking for a certain amount of money to fix up that facility. My concern there is what if that chamber doesn't support that funding to fix that facility? What does that mean for us? Because this was a temporary solution. Again, not an issue for our council, but for somehow has now become an issue for our council. I'm also a little bit concerned with the lack of maybe advocacy from the clubs to put pressure on Marion Council. And Councillor Eaton and myself have reached out to Marion councillors, and what concerns me is the lack of Marion councillors wanting to talk to us and have a conversation with us, especially those neighbouring Marion councils who have been silent on this issue. So I don't know what's happening. It feels like Marion councillors are being gagged and don't have the ability to speak on this issue, but they weren't willing to talk to me. And I find that really offensive. I find that really offensive to two amazing local BMX clubs. So to sort of end on a good note, I will thank council staff who, again, bent over backwards to achieve this outcome for these clubs who are having a fantastic time there at Happy Valley. And I also want to acknowledge the Onkaparinga Concert Band who have time and time again been pushed back for their home to help out other clubs, and again have helped out these clubs to make this all come to fruition. So I think they need to be acknowledged for their work. So happy to move the motion, but have strong concerns for Marion Council's ability to deliver for our clubs.
Thank you. Councillor Eaton. Seconding the motion or question? Seconding.
Certainly I support what's being said.
The other issues that need to be considered is probably going to take 12 months. I reflect back to the day of the opening of the Sam Willoughby track and the rain we had, and it was a sign of disaster right from the beginning. But they actually need 2 seasons because of that very reactive soil in that area. They need to be able to make sure that they've got the basis to it correct, which didn't happen last time. The only other matter that needs to be considered also is parking along Carricklinga Drive or Boulevard. There are some residents there that I went out and door knocked when this was being considered, and there was a lot of support, but they do have some heavy vehicles that they've got to get out of their driveway for work, and they were just concerned they'd like opposite, I think it was number 34 or something like that, they'd like some no parking put there so that they don't get caught. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. No questions. Councillor Themeliotis, do you wish to close the... Oh, sorry, Councillor Bell.
Yeah, one question, please, to the staff. Can the staff provide any further information about Marion Council and the remediation that says there that's required? And why it might take as long? Do we have any news or information?
Yes, through the Mayor. We have been in contact with City of Marion staff as recently as yesterday. And this morning, I believe, we have organised for a briefing to be held in the coming weeks, where we would then get into more detail. Regarding the length of time it is taking, Councillor Eaton mentioned that there was highly reactive soil in this area. So when you're trying to build facilities in that type of soil, it's actually quite difficult to get the mix right. So to wait for the right weather, for it to dry out properly and to get the right conditions, it does take some time. There's also obviously the budget and processes that they need to go through with their council.
Thank you. One other question, if I may. Is it reasonable to say that Mayor and Council have been working collaboratively?
Through the Mayor, it's been a proactive conversation with the City of Marion. There's obviously been multiple conversations that have been had at a technical level. There's been potentially some differences of opinion on approaches to project delivery, but nonetheless, we are in active discussion and collaboration with them at the moment.
That was I think we heard an earlier deputation around diplomacy to helping with resolution. So excellent answer. Are there any further questions or debate? Councillor Themeliotis, do you wish to close?
Question for closing. Would elected members be allowed to attend that briefing should it be?
Through the Mayor, I believe it's going to be largely operational in the technical detail and the specifics. We can certainly provide a summary and provide that to elected members. Happy to discuss that with the City of Marion, and ultimately they have arranged for the time, but we can discuss that with them and see if you can be invited.
I can see the diplomatic corps calling. Councillor Chu, a question or debate?
Yeah, a question. Is the intention and view that we continue to work on this as a short-term measure, and we'll continue to advocate and work with Marion to get them back in a position to host this?
Through the Mayor, the intent of the relocation of the clubs was that they got to take advantage of what is a regional level facility. The track at Happy Valley does have some constraints. So the intent is that, yes, this is an interim measure until such time as the Sam Willoughby track is back up to scratch.
So I'll try again. Councillor Themeliotis, would you like to close debate? No? Okay, no further questions. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously so that the minutes can record that for our friends in other places. Item 9.3, are there any updates for this item? There are none. Councillor Platten.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move that this item be deferred.
Go ahead. Do you wish to speak to that?
Yes,
up on the screen. Is that what you intended?
Yes, thank you.
That?
I reflect on the notice of motion that I put forward in May and note that Part 1D says includes any response received from the Minister of Infrastructure and Transport regarding state government support funding, yada, yada, yada. And what that probably should have said was must include any response or must include the response, because I really feel that everything in this report is fantastic, but is already what we know. And what I guess as an elected member I was hoping for was that we could have a formal response from the Minister of Transport so that we could understand why they won't fund public transport when it comes to public transport infrastructure. So my request is that this is deferred until the letter comes back from the Minister, and I'm sure that it's in the mail on the way, and I'm happy for it to take as long as it needs to for that to be included. So I hope you all support it.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
I'll second it for everything that's been said.
Thank you. Any questions? Do you wish to close debate, Councillor Platten? I'll put the motion for this to be deferred. All those in favour? Against? The motion's carried. Item 9.4, which is our page 139, for those of you who are electronically. And I'm just checking whether we have any updates. Councillors, just checking we've got some updates. We have no updates. Councillor Platten.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move recommendation option 2, 1, 2 and 3, please.
And we'll just clear that. So just want to check that's on the screen as what your intention is.
Yes, I think so.
Go ahead. Do you wish to debate?
Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Chamber, I want to bring to your attention some of my concerns when it comes to revocating this block of land. And I think they're fairly valid. It's quite a small block of land. It has a footpath on it, which we all know we have about 60 years worth of footpaths remaining in our city to be built. It's a connecting piece of land between two large housing areas. And in 2020, now 2 years after it may or may not have been put on the list of possible revocatable land, we decided to invest $2,350 in planting 10 ginkgo trees on a piece of land that we felt as a chamber, not maybe this chamber, was surplus to supply, plus 451.9 metres squared of mulch. And then it seems that we haven't cared for that beautiful piece of adjoining land that we decided to plant 10 ginkgo trees on since. Now, my genuine opinion is that this is not a piece of land that is serviceable for housing. It might be serviceable for 10 ginkgo trees to grow on, and I certainly won't support it. It's not something that I'm interested in. I am interested in revocating land. I think we've all seen that when it is a serviceable piece of land of large enough size. In fact, I have supported running my own ward with advice around a footpath that was existing in it. And the advice was we needed to revocate it so that the footpath didn't turn into a closed area that crime could be committed in. In this scenario, we've been asked that maybe the footpath could stay and we could fence it off and make it look like a doom tunnel. And I'm not willing to accept that. I'm not willing to accept selling the land because not more than 5 years ago, we thought it was worth investing in putting 10 trees on. And I'm not interested in siphoning off the footpath to have it as a thoroughfare. I'm not interested in the community having to walk an extra half a kilometre to get through. So I hope you'll consider it.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Fisher?
I'll second the motion.
Do you wish to speak to the motion? Are there any questions? Councillor Pritchard, question or debate?
Debate.
Go ahead.
Just debating against Councillor Platten in this situation. The motion, sure, not Councillor Platten. I know that Councillor Platten is very passionate about this example, and I know that he has presented some information around trees and footpaths. I have been to that block of land today. I was at that block of land on Wednesday night last week. I understand that if you were designing a new area, you potentially wouldn't put a footpath down the side of two residential areas. But in this case and throughout the city of Onkaparinga, I think we have many locations where we have footpaths that are adjoining to residential areas. Unfortunately, the trees that Councillor Platten is referring to are not looking that great. It must be said, despite the money that's been spent on them. And it is unfortunate that that is what we have done over the last few years. But I don't feel that this block of land in its current form is of much benefit to the community. And I think that revoking it or potentially revoking it is a better use of the council's, for the community.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, a question or debate?
Debate.
Go ahead.
I am mindful that we are advocating for those that can't raise the advocacy themselves and the poor 70-year-old lady that uses it a laneway. That's really all I have to say.
Councillor Wilkes, question or debate?
I have a question first. So after reading the engagement feedback report, it seems like the community, and I'm going to sort of summarise it, and this is a question, said that there's a path down the middle that's being used, but the land on the side is being dumped on. So have council considered just putting that land that's being dumped on up for sale, and is that feasible? And then I've got one more question.
Okay. So a question around revocation on land that's perceived as
like splitting that path. Have we considered splitting it?
Yep.
But it's not half, it's like to the path and to the land.
Are you okay with that, Risha?
Through the chair. Yes, we can consider a division of the land and consider actually dividing off the footpath.
Okay, and is it common practice or is it possible when you've got a laneway that council owns to have houses facing that laneway rather than having a big, long, skinny corridor?
That'll be up to the developer or whoever actually purchases the land.
Is there any legislation that's against that, having because it'd be like houses up to a footpath, wouldn't it? Sorry, answer my own question. All right.
Development applications will be processes that would be addressed at the time the application comes.
Is it possible to do that? Is it possible to have houses facing a laneway?
Through the Mayor, that is possible, but would all be part of the assessment. We'd be looking at crime prevention techniques. Passive surveillance is what you're talking about.
Yes.
But there are pros and cons to that approach too.
Okay. All right. I'll go into that debate really briefly. Look, I find this a really tricky one. I am fully supportive of not revocating the parcel of land because I believe that access way is strongly used considering the engagement report and the feedback that we've got. Yet you've also got other people who are in support of selling the land because this land is being dumped on. Now, it seemed like it was common practice for council to grow trees on land that they plan to revocate. I don't know why. I don't really understand that practice, but that's what we're dealing with. But I would be in support of selling the land off and then trying to understand or trying to influence the developers to have that passive surveillance that was mentioned. And then but definitely 100% keeping that pathway. I don't know how we get there now, but that is just my thoughts reflected and based on the community feedback that I have read in the report. Thank you.
Councillor Bill, question or debate?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, just a debate. I just wanted to point out that I myself as well consider not in support of Councillor Platten's proposal and choice. I do have, some concerns about initially the parcel seeming rather small of land that is, and concern about the footpath and the impact on the community. But I just want to acknowledge that I've been to the site as well. And I did have concerns about the big tree in particular. But I'm pretty satisfied with the report and thank the council for the work that they've done, in particular notifying all the residents over almost 2,000 that they did email, letter drop and post to. And I want to recognise that 58% supported the proposal. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Councillor Yeoman's question or debate?
Just a question on process, if I can.
Yeah.
If this option's not carried, do we revert back to option one to move this forward?
We would need a motion to that effect.
So I sit down.
If that's a question that do you wish to debate? Do you feel a question?
We'll do that after the vote.
Correct.
Right. Thank you.
Because it's moot if it gets passed. Yeah. Councillor Dew.
I just have a few questions, please. My assumption is, like all the other revocations we've been talking about, this is the first step before it goes, so it will come back to the chamber one more time. Yeah. And at that point, can there be a decision made in relation to the pathway as well?
Through the chair, yes, we can.
Okay. I also wondered, there was mention about division, subdividing. Is there a cost to that?
Through the chair, yes, there will be a cost to that. We'll need to lodge plans with the Lands Titles Office.
Sure, thank you. And my last question relates to the pathway. So there's two options. I'm just clarifying. This gets lost, the other one goes up. There could be a fourth point that specifies.
That would need to be tested in motion.
Yep, perfect. Yeah. So that's one way, or the other way is that we wait until if it's approved, goes to the minister, comes back, then we can have that.
Yeah, I mean, that's all speculation at the moment dealing with this motion.
Yep.
have you got any other questions for the motion or debate?
What I'm wondering about is the consideration of the pathway and if there could be some level of feasibility around it so that we can actually measure and make an informed decision about the pathway, whether or not it's good best practice in a current context.
So some commentary from staff about the pathway in this current motion. I'm just trying to keep us otherwise we're not dealing with the motion in front of us.
Sure. I don't need commentary right now.
Okay. Do you wish to make debate?
No, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Eaton.
Yeah, certainly in a lot of parts of Aberfoyle Park.
So you debating?
Yes, I am. In lots of parts of Flagstaff Hill and Aberfoyle Park, we actually have these laneways. And believe it or not, no house breakings or those sorts of offences have been committed in those areas for a long time. So the opportunity is, of course, you could retain that. That gives people their access and you get a couple of blocks out of this. I see real issues with trying to get access with the houses facing the laneway, because when you look at the size of land, it's about the size of what I'm seeing there at Flagstaff Hill. I walk through those areas every day of the week.
Thank you. Councillor Greaves, question or debate?
Oh, debate. Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'm going to speak against this motion. No surprise there. Councillors, this is a very long and drawn out process, and I think you've rightly mentioned, Councillor Platten, that a lot of these parcels of land were deemed to be not necessary for council to conduct its business, or indeed for our community to get value out of. And so we do see things happen like, some few trees being planted on there, possibly just to try and beautify it a little. Who knows why? But the reality is they are still council owned and controlled, and there is the onus on council to maintain them to a certain degree. That said, they have been deemed, after a very long process, to be not necessary. And we have gone out for community consultation, I think quite rightly so. We've seen a small majority of responses indicating that they support the proposal. Great. You're always going to get some members of our community who do not. And that's for a whole myriad of reasons. Yes, it is a footpath. Yes, if we took that footpath away, members of our community may need to walk an additional 400 or 500 metres if they wanted to traverse that area again to get from one point to another. Yes, we could retain the footpath. It may or may not be a good idea, depending on, I guess, issues around antisocial behaviour, et cetera, but it is all a possibility. But we can't make any of those decisions until we actually go through this process and get it up to the minister. That does not mean at the end of the day that it is not going to come back here, and we as a chamber are going to have the opportunity to again have a conversation about the best way forward. But unfortunately, as we saw in a couple of the other revocation proposals that came forward, by refusing to move any further forward, we shut the gate. And we can't have other conversations unless we absolutely go right back to the beginning and start it all over again. I think it's important that we continue the momentum that we've got around these pieces of land, that we respond to what our community has told us, and that is the majority of those that responded are willing to support the revocation process. And can we please get it up to the minister? And then we can have a conversation when it comes back about whether or not, A, we even go ahead with it, or B, whether we retain part of it to respond to the small number of our community who have said, this is critically important to me and my family to be able to traverse through because we don't want to walk a further 500 metres. So members, I support you to vote this, I urge you to vote this down. Let's just keep this process going forward. Let's not shut the gate and stop it dead in its tracks.
Thank you. No further questions or debate. Councillor Platten, are you wishing to close debate? Please. Go ahead.
councillors, I'm willing to shut the gate. I think we need to understand statistics a little bit here. 33 responses. We sent out 1,786. We sent out emails, we sent out letters, but we didn't door knock. Because do we really want a response, or would we like to just revocate the land? What we want is for people to put their feet on the ground and go and ask the people that live in this area. We didn't do that. We put letters in their letterboxes. I'm not sure who. We sent them emails again. I'm not sure who. But what we did do is we got 33 responses. And then we gave this dazzling number when 19 of them said, yeah, that's okay. 58%. 58% is 19. 12 people said no. It's a lot harder for people to go online and say no than it is for me to go online and say, yeah, that's fine. I don't care. I'm on the email list. What concerns me is where this land is. And historically, it's in quite a low socioeconomic area. It's in an area that needs walking space. It needs pathways. And historically, those people just don't have time to delve into council issues and cannot be bothered with their day-to-day living and the cost of living and the algal bloom and all the other stresses in the world. Do you think that
makes up, councillor? I appreciate the effort. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? 1, 2, councillor Wilkes, 3. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The motion is lost. Thank you. All those in favour, please stand. We're calling for a division. Yes, so all those in. So we have Councillor Davis, Councillor Platten, and Councillor Themeliotis. And then we have those of you who are. The motion's lost by the numbers that are down, so I think we can be confident with that. So if you want to fill in the others, thank you. You're right. Sorry, Sue. Is that okay? Yep. Yep. Okay. All right. Councillor Greaves.
I'd like to move a motion.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And that is the original option 1.
So would you please participate in the meeting in an appropriate way? Thank you. Councillor, please.
Thank you. So 1, 2 and 3. I just also want to grab number 3 from option 2.
Number 3 from option 2.
Yep.
So we're looking at
number 4. Number 4.
Okay. Yeah. So that would be acknowledge that elected members work collaboratively with the administration.
Yes.
To explore disposal options that align with council's strategic objectives.
Yes, community needs should the minister approve. Should the minister approve?
And after
the
revocation.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you want to just check that? You satisfied that's what it is? Go ahead.
Yep. I'm going to re-debate it. I do think it is important that, like I said, we continue forward with this process, acknowledging that there are members of our community who are in opposition, and that there is the possibility down the track, once approval has been granted, should it be granted, that nuancing can be undertaken around this particular piece of land and how it's disposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Platten, you got a question or everyone's disappearing off the screen here. Councillor Fisher.
I'll second this one.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Dew, question or debate?
Just a question, please. In relation to the, I know that Councillor Greaves was alluding, well, I feel that she was alluding to the path discussion potentially. I just wonder if when this comes back to the chamber, if we could have some further information around the pros and cons of considering the pathway as part of the revocation.
So I'll alert you again that if this motion gets passed, that there'd be an opportunity for being part of that. But at the moment, the motion's not passed.
Yeah. Yes. So if the motion's passed.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you wish to debate?
No.
Councillor Pritchard.
I had an alternative motion. I'm wondering if I can amend this one slightly.
Do you want to give it a go and check with Councillor Greaves and Councillor Fisher?
Yep.
In a spirit of collaboration?
Yep.
Let's have a go.
So it's my old point 4. So
your point 4?
It's going to have to change a bit because I did have the walkway excluded, but I think that would be too great a change. So I'm not
yes,
sure
it would possibly be outside of what.
What I would like to do is add in the land management agreement for the tree out front. The current report says that we would.
So just a reminder, an amendment needs to help clarify the motion.
It can't be an
It can't be brand new things. So if we go to the, is there anything in, can we just slide that down a bit? Put the first 1, 2, 3, 4. Just so we can see. Is there anything within those 4 that would help with the clarifying, some clarification to support where you'd like it to be?
Explore disposal options, including the installation of the
including the land management agreement.
A land management agreement.
I think that would be all right. That would meet that test. I'll just check with the mover and the seconder.
Yeah, we just need the words.
Yeah, so after the word align in 4. Sorry, so this is Councillor Graves' motion. Under the word, so acknowledge the elected members will work collaboratively with administration and explore disposal options that including the land management agreement, that align with the council's strategic objectives. And I'll just check with Councillor Greaves and Councillor Fisher.
About the significant tree.
Yeah, in relation to the significant tree. Yeah. Because that's still contained within, I think that passes the test. And I'll just check Councillor Greaves and Councillor Fisher. You're both agreeing to that. All right, so we can delete that. Thank you. Yes. And if we can see the whole thing, perfect. Councillor Pritchard, do you wish to debate?
I'll just say that with regards to this piece of land, there's obviously a significant tree at the front of the block, depending on which way you're looking at it. The report that we received, and I know that there are protections around significant trees, and yet I feel that the community doesn't believe that if a developer purchases a block of land, that the tree can't be disposed of through various means, even if we understand the protections. I don't feel like the community agrees that those protections are there. So the report talked about the opportunity for us to insert a land management agreement onto this block of land should it be revoked at that further stage. And I just wanted to put that up front and make sure that the community can see that potential is right up there in front. So it's giving that significant tree additional protection.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkes, question or debate?
Question, please. Okay, so I just wanted some clarification around point 4, where it says acknowledges that elected members will work collaboratively with the administration. So what does that mean? How do we feel that will happen?
Through the chair, we would more than likely hold a workshop.
In EM session time again.
Correct.
Through the Mayor, councillors, can I just clarify? I think the intention behind this motion is that after the ministers approved it, that we would hold that workshop, not before.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that
Subject to the minister approving, I should say.
Yes, yeah, excellent. Thank you. No more prophecies for today, please. Councillor Greaves, do you wish to close? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those against? 1, 2, 3. The motion is carried. We are now up to item 9.5. Sorry, 9.6. Is that right? Oh, 9.5. I was right the first time. Okay, we have the allotment 461 Thames Drive, Reynella. Do we have a mover for this? Councillor Greaves.
Thank you. I would like to move option 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Not at this stage. I'll
reserve your right. Okay. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Davis.
I'm happy to second as written.
Thank you. Councillor Pritchard, question or debate?
Just a debate.
Go ahead.
I think that unlike some of the other pieces of land, this is a strange, it's a strange piece of land that we, as the council, have preserved. There is obviously a large reserve opposite that has all the facilities, and so it seems to be clearly surplus to council's requirements, noting that there are some strange, well, not strange, but some SA water movements and access to the neighbour's property that will need to be resolved by those parties should it be revoked.
Thank you. Councillor Platten, question or debate?
I'm really happy to debate, please.
Go ahead.
Chamber, I'm surprisingly perfectly fine with selling this little block of land, despite the native wildlife, the blue tongues, the kookaburras. I guess my concerns are really around the slow and incremental loss of trees on this block of land, seemingly from 2018 onwards. If you go back, and I've requested council staff have put up with me a lot this week, a large number of aerial photographs and a note on Google Earth. You can do a street view of many years. From 2009 onwards, there was quite a little forest there. And as we move forwards, especially from 2018, drastic reduction in trees. I think we're now down to 3, and it was 5, not more than 6 years ago. That concerns me a little bit. I don't understand why that would happen. I did request reports. There's only one tree that could be found in the council archives from a customer request. It was found to have borers and splitting pith, and so they decided to chop that down. The next year, the house that was shaded by that tree got solar panels. And I guess my concern around that is, would we be selling this block of land if it had the trees it had in 2009? And I think the answer to that would be no, because it would be fully covered. It would have a full canopy coverage. As it stands now, if we put 10 ginkgo trees on it, we probably would have full canopy coverage again. But alas, we do not.
Thank you, councillor. Are there any further questions, debate? Councillor Greaves, do you wish to close? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? The motion is carried. I just want to note that it's after 8:30, and if people are willing to keep going till we finish, get to the motions on notice, do these last half a dozen bits and pieces. Councillor Fisher, do you support that?
I move that motion.
And Councillor Themeliotis?
Happy to second.
And all those in favour? Carried. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. The next item is the budget adoption report, and I don't believe there's any further information. Councillor Eaton.
Yep. I'll move as written.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Pritchard.
Happy to second and note that this is the challenge of having 2 regional levies.
Yes, thank you. Here we go. Any further questions? Debate, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. I think one of our councillors has a conflict of interest for item 9.7. Councillor Pritchard.
Just declaring a general conflict of interest with regards to 9.7, noting that attachment 2, paper was written by Ricardo, which is a company that I have a casual employment relationship with. I intend to stay in the meeting, debate and vote on the matter. I don't think that the author of the report has an influence on the content that's relevant for the chamber.
Thank you. And can you make sure that our staff have that? Thank you. There's no updates. Do I have a move for this item? Councillor Greaves.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to move as written.
And do you wish to speak? Councillor Bell?
I'll second. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any further questions, debate? Councillor Pritchard.
Just in support of the council and the work that they're doing to try and work with, I guess, the financial constraints of our current CWMS system and looking for opportunities for alternative, either some subsidies from agencies as well as looking into other parts of the operation of the CWMS. So I think that this is great. This has been unearthed and hopefully it can lead to a good result.
Thank you. I will put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. And I look forward to the challenge of prosecuting that at the AGM of the Local Government Association. Thank you. Item 9.8. Just checking with staff if we have any updates. Yes. Oh, conflict of interest. Oh, sorry, can other people unzip themselves? Thank you. Councillor Dew.
I'd like to declare a material conflict of interest because it relates to the potential of myself going to Canberra and it being paid for by the City of Onkaparinga.
Thank you. So you're going to leave the chamber?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. I'll just wait till Councillor. Can someone do that? Thank you very much, Councillor Davis. And this noting that I'll be on leave and so Councillor Dew as Deputy Mayor will be acting Mayor in my absence. Councillor Themeliotis.
Happy to move the recommendation.
Oh, sorry, I've done it again to you. The staff did have an update and I got distracted. Apologies.
Sorry, through the Mayor, we just have minor updates to make to the report, which is in the body of the report. We want to make sure to include the names of the experts who we had presenting. I won't read them all out here, but it included obviously Faith Coleman and some others, and also the Deputy Premier and other members of various public servants. We'll also add a few additional lines to on page 186, just in relation to traditional owner Alan Sumner. Preceding that, we'll add the words on the select board's suggestion.
Thank you. And thank you for your indulgence, Councillor Themeliotis. Would you like to move?
I would. Let's go ahead. 1, 2, 3, A.
1, 2, 3, A.
Yes. And I'll go into some.
Okay, off you go.
Elected members, we've heard the deputation tonight. We've spoken to members of our community. We have been to forums. I attended the forum online that many elected members attended in person. We've heard from the experts. We've heard from our residents. But more importantly, we've seen it. It's a visual. It's something that's hitting our coastline. And as a council I'm reminded by my co-councillor, 31 kilometres of coastline. We have some huge skin in the game here. And our residents are really asking for action, advocacy, results, and they're asking us, the closest level to our residents, where we can look at them face to face, eye to eye, to take action in this space. Now, outside of this, I've been working months and months with my employment on the algal bloom. So this has consumed a lot of my life, as I know has consumed a lot of elected members around this chamber. What's unfortunate is our oceans don't have a voice, and our sea life also doesn't have a voice. The Greens called this the marine graveyard. something that's not visible. Now, we know that if it was human life, if it was houses, if this was a bushfire, even if it was COVID, action would be swift. Information would be readily available. And that's what our residents are asking for, swift action and information to be readily available. This council and many of elected members have said this needs to be declared a national disaster. And I agree with that. I agree with what elected members are saying around this chamber. That is an important step. The problem with the national disaster is the points around the national disaster don't actually fit with this sort of scenario and this sort of crisis, which just tells me that that policy is very outdated and that the climate is changing, our environment is changing, and we owe it to our community to protect our environment for future generations. I did mention before, our ocean doesn't have a voice and our sea life doesn't have a voice, but guess what? Our Deputy Mayor, Lauren Dew, does have a voice, and she will be a very strong advocate in this space. And I hope elected members support this motion and put all our energy into our Deputy Mayor sending her off to Canberra to fight and advocate on behalf of our residents.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
I'd like to second it.
Do you want to speak to the motion?
Please. I thought our forum was amazing and I've got lots of great feedback and I learned a bucket load, so I really, really appreciate the swift action on that. And I love that we've got the fabulous Councillor Wilkes and our beautiful Mayor already advocating in this space as well. But what I am learning, it's imperative to be on the ground, in the mix and meet people where they are. So I support sending Deputy Mayor to Deputy Dew to this event and know that she will advocate strongly for us as well.
Thank you. Councillor Platten.
Thank you, Mayor. Debate.
Question or debate? Yep.
Debate, please. Yeah, I'm in full support of this. I think if being part of this chamber has taught us anything, it's that having a seat at the table is really, really important. And unfortunately, our Mayor is on leave and it then falls upon the Deputy Mayor as part of their role to represent our council. We have the largest council. I don't think I need to say this. I say it all the time. Largest metropolitan city council in South Australia. We also have a large portion of coastline and we need to be there to make our views known. This is the best way to do that. It's not a holiday. It's a fly-in, fly-out scenario, maybe with a couple of hours sleep in between in a hotel room because she'll be so busy talking to so many people. I had the privilege to walk around some of my community with the Mayor not more than a week or so ago, and then I followed up with a number of business owners later on, a few days ago, and sat down with them just to understand from a business perspective what that means to coastal communities in the city of Onkaparinga, and it's devastating. What has happened has been delayed in a way because of winter. We've seen the devastation on the beaches, but in terms of our business community, they haven't felt the full impact until summer hits, or that's their feeling. When summer comes, if this bloom is still here, and by all accounts it probably will be, people just won't go to seaside areas. And that's the time of the year that they really make their money for the rest of the year. They just weather winter. They don't make any money. And so we need to have feet on the ground in Canberra so that we can not only try and figure out ways to help prevent this in the future, but so that we can help those business owners survive so that they can be in the future without the algal bloom. One business owner said to me in particular, this is worse than COVID. And I went through COVID in small business and I can probably attest to that. He shared with me some of his figures. And what you've got to remember is that they don't really have the government support that we had during COVID. It was terrible, but boy, did we get a lot of support. Moving forward to now, okay, some of them are able to get a $10,000 grant. There are some grants available, but it's certainly not as giving as it was then. And so I think I'm in full support of this. I think we need to recognise that certain sections of our community are definitely feeling this more than others, and that moving forward, this is going to be a much bigger problem. We need to be in the game.
Okay, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the recommendation. It's entirely appropriate for the deputy acting as the mayor to attend this forum with other mayors, and I urge other elected members to support this motion.
Councillor Wilkes.
Excellent. Can I please move an amendment?
You can try. We'll see how we go.
Thank you.
We need to be
So I just need to cut, I'm aware of the process. Can you just cut, copy and paste what's up there? And I'm sorry I didn't send this through.
Oh, so we don't have it? Have you got it written down?
Yes. So just in point 1.3 says that Councillor Wilkes as chair of the Australian Coastal Council. Let me finish, please. It's just the Adelaide Coastal Council Network.
So it's the third dot point on number 3.
On number 1, so it's actually, so that would be number 1.
Got it.
So it says that Councillor Wilkes is chair of the Australian Coastal, it's just the Adelaide Coastal.
Got it.
Excellent.
Apologies.
And then on point 3A, so that one there, just if there are spaces available, comma, appeals in attendance. Thank you. And then last point on the accommodation, can we times that by 2 and make it $1,124? Oh, thank you. So, and then the dates from the 28th to the 30th of August. So I'll speak to that once it's done. Thank you. Excellent.
Go ahead.
So we need to, okay, excellent.
So I'm just checking, because making sure that the mover and the seconder support.
I would like it to be an amendment if that's cool. Thank you.
No, listen on 1 second. I just want to make sure everyone can see what's there and understand what's there. So
I understand what's there, I just don't understand why.
Okay, well, let me speak to it.
Councillor Wilkes, you will be able to speak to it. I just want to make sure everyone can see what's there. Go ahead.
Yeah, excellent. All right. Look, I've got information overload here. We're in a serious and scary situation. Can go through the technical officer meetings, the reference group meetings, the roundtables, the Facebook connections, the mayor delegations, the Zoom discussions, the paper and the Senate inquiries, the forums, just everything that's going on here is moving so fast. The current algal bloom was first detected in South Australia in mid-March when brown foam and dead fish washed up on the beach on the Fleurieu Peninsula. Surfers reported irritation and respiratory issues immediately, and after water was found, foam was found in the water. There's endless stories of this. It has affected some 20,000 square kilometres of our sea, and 4,400 kilometres are still active bloom. It has affected the Investigator Strait, the Gulf of St. Vincent, the Spencer Gulf, the south of Kangaroo Island, the whole of Kangaroo Island, and the southeastern coastal waters. The mix of algal species has caused deaths of thousands of fish and shellfish, some 460 species, which have either washed ashore or dropped to the ocean floor. And they are saying it's 1% that is washing up on our shores, 1%. I've heard reports of 3 metres deep of dead fish out in the sea. It has damaged vital, benthic floor ocean fauna. It's devastated fishing, agricultural and tourism industries and coastal related businesses. And it's disrupted councils that support coastal communities, as well as caused psychological distress to coastal residents and visitors alike. I've sat in meetings organised by state government, but it's now time for action. Enough of the talk, it's time to act. I express gratitude and thanks to our staff who held our meetings, and I thank everyone for their input into these conversations tonight. We are a community of coastal lovers, and it is affecting our everyday life. I don't know how you guys feel, but I am emotionally so distraught when I go down and look at my beach that I can see from my window and just think, what the heck is going on here? I welcome Lauren to come with us. I'm already on this mayor's delegation. I'm on everything for this thing, and it is just
really just moving. So I welcome Lauren. I know for a fact, because I'm having so many meetings, that we fly over on the 28th, the 29th, we've already got meetings booked, but most of the delegation is leaving on the 30th, Friday night. And I think that we are going to have meetings all through those 2 times. So that's why I have changed that motion. So most importantly, I support everybody who wants to speak about this. I think that this is so incredibly important to have people in the room and smart, intelligent women like Councillor Dew to support, or Deputy Mayor Dew to support the advocacy for this algal bloom. And I'm just going to leave it there.
Clarify, the 3 changes were the Australian to Adelaide, the dates, and the accommodation was because it was an extra day. Is that correct? There's spaces available.
Because I've been speaking to other members of the group, and I know that Metro Council Mayor's delegation is full, and they're still looking. They want to take 10 people over to keep it really robust. We're at 13. We're pushing for numbers, and the issue is that we only need someone from fishing to come and support us.
Yeah, so perhaps I can clarify a couple of those things. So the delegation from theirs, my peers, were saying that if we made a decision tonight, there would be support for that. So I've spoken to the LGA president and the leader of the delegation, the mayor of the whole Pass Bay. Councillor Themeliotis, are you comfortable with this? Are you got a question? I don't have a seconder yet for this amendment, so I'm just checking. Well, you can't do that. You do have a question. Do I have a seconder for these amendments? Councillor Bell?
I've had some questions to start with, if I may.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Can I ask the staff to comment on what their understanding of the flights and accommodation costs will be, please?
Through the Mayor, what's in the report is reflective of a request that came through from the LGA, and that had proposals around potential costs. So what was in there was related to what they had. Sorry.
And I think it's fair to say that things are moving at such a rapid pace, as we heard from Councillor Wilkes. What's true at 9 o'clock in the morning may be different at 10 past 9. But the intent is still consistent.
Look, I may continue on just debate, but look, it's obviously a very emotive.
We haven't got a second for this. I'll second it. Your second motion, the amendment. Go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Look, it's obviously a very emotional subject, and rightly so, because it's an important issue. There's, the marine life of a canary and coal mine essentially in this process, and I'm really proud that we're sending a delegation, and the council is going to be represented on this issue, because we're right on the front line with obviously the 31 kilometres of coast that we have in this council. And look, as a frontline worker, I can remember when we debated on the climate emergencies way back when, highlighting the importance of temperature. I teach the importance of temperature. I know the importance of temperature. I see the impacts of increase in temperature in people, the impact that it has on cell function, organ dysfunction, and premature death. And this is what we're obviously seeing. We're seeing prolonged marine heat wave with a degree of 2.5 degrees. And there's no doubt about that. There's clear evidence of that. And it's really important to support the motion and support certainly the Deputy Mayor attending. So thank you.
Is a question? Thank you for this amendment.
Yes, referring to page 188 of the report, or page 188 of the council agenda, It actually refers to the 27th to the 29th. So I just really want to confirm those dates because there's literally only one flight into Canberra and one flight out if you're getting the direct, and I don't want the Deputy Mayor to miss out.
Yes, the date I was given a few days ago was 27th to the 29th, but honestly, that may not be as accurate. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a question of intent and
the intent is
just broaden the intent. So rather than sticking to the dates, we know what we're talking about. We're talking about the delegation. So I would suggest that there might be some room for removing the dates. That might be something that would help should there things change tomorrow. Yeah. Do we need to stick to the dates? That's the question I've got for the amendment. Councillor Wilkes.
Sorry, so my flights are booked for the 27th to Friday the 29th.
Yes, so 27 to 29.
Okay, that's all. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilkes, no. This is, did you wish to close debate for the amendment? Oh, no, you can't close debate. Sorry, amendment land. I'm in amendment land, not in motion land. I'm going to ask Councillor Davis, did you wish to ask a question or debate?
Just a question. Do we have to actually run it past Deputy Mayor G that she's available to do that, or are we just irrelevant on the dates?
She's putting a conflict of interest, knowing that this is the item for debate.
As in, is she available to go for the extra night?
Yes, beautiful. Yes. Sorry, I'm, is the Starship Enterprise up here? So I'm now going to put, Councillor Greaves, did you want to say something? Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to be completely unemotional about this. Despite the amendment being a little bit shambolic, no offence to Councillor Wilkes, I understand her emotions around this. Look, I do actually support this amendment. Having flown in and out of Canberra several times in my public sector career, particularly if you are there to debate very specific, important issues, just having some additional time to be able to connect, to be able to attend additional meetings, I think is really important. This is not something that we want to rush, despite the emergent importance of it. I think it is important that we do give our representatives enough time to do it justice on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just wanting clarification about these dates, or whether we do actually just say to Canberra and remove the dates so that we've got a bit of flexibility to adjust. That's my advice in August, in next week. Councillor Fisher, you've got a question or debate?
Question.
Go ahead.
Are we sending one or two people?
So this is for the mayor's representative, or the mayor, and the acting mayor will be, Councillor Wilkes will be there in her own right as a chair of, which is not a resource from the city of Onkaparinga. It is funded and supported by the Adelaide Coastal Climate Network, Coastal Councils Network, Coastal Councils Network. So what we have before us is this amendment. I'm just checking if we needed to change those dates. Councillor Wilkes. Am I okay? So you can the debate and you can't ask a question. So I know that you just said no. So I'm asking clarification from the chamber. And so don't you have to get it from the person that was in the room? It's not quite as simple as that. Okay. Let me just check. Councillor Greaves, did you want to say something?
Yeah, look, I think just out of an abundance of caution, I think if we remove specific dates and just say it's in August 2025, if that's possible.
So Councillor Wilkes, are you willing to support the removal of the 2 dates? Yes. I know what you're trying to say, but we have rules to deal with, and I've got governance here providing me with their skillful advice. Councillor Bell, are you satisfied with that? Okay, now I think we've come to where we need to come to. You don't get a chance to speak again. We're bringing the motion, the amendment. So all those in favour of the amendment? That is carried. The amendment now becomes the motion. Councillor Themeliotis, did you wish to close debate?
So much. Really appreciate the passionate debate. Canberra, watch out, Deputy Mayor Drew's coming. This will be a sitting week in Canberra, so this will be a fantastic opportunity to catch up with multiple South Australian senators from parties across the board that have been really stepping up in this space. And elected members, if you are interested, there's going to be estimates coming up on the algal bloom, and it would pay to pay attention to that because a lot of SA senators are stepping up across South Australia, across political parties, raising questions on this.
Thank you. I will now put this amendment originally now as the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm now going to hand over and thank you to the staff for the skillful tapestry and knitting. I know that you did have some interest in also providing us with a short update on the cleanup, but we might do that in the break. I'm going to hand over to one of our officers now to explain item 9.9. Which is currently in front of you. We don't need, or do we need an explanation? If you'd like me to provide one. Does anyone need, can you see what's in front of you? We might get away with that. Councillor Themeliotis. Councillor, quick question before moving. Go ahead. Can I ask why the minutes refer to the Deputy Mayor and up here we have a Director? Excellent. So I'm now going to, and then I'm happy to move. Then happy to share. I have to say that it hasn't been the finest moment of the Local Government Association. So thank you through the chair. So due to a mix-up, we were called for nominations through the Local Government Association for both the Country Arts SA Board as well as the Libraries Board. Unfortunately, the Libraries Board call for nominations was withdrawn. And so our intent was to initially withdraw this report this evening from the agenda. However, post-agenda distribution, the Local Government Association reopened the call for nominations for the Libraries Board. So with that in mind, I understand Councillor Dew has a preference to nominate for the Libraries Board, and Jamie Baker has expressed an interest in nominating for the Country Arts SA Board, which is the the recommendation that we have in front of you. Thank you very much for, again, another two-step process. Councillor Themeliotis. Thank you. Happy to move, not surprised by the LGA. Support the motion. Councillor Bell. I will second the motion. Is any questions? Debate? I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Thank you very much. And just to remind you that this is a nomination. It was to be up to the nominations committee of the Local Government Association. And this is an opportunity to say, Councillor Fisher, congratulations on your nomination and now appointment to the voting authorities. The City of Onkaparinga's Building Fire Safety Committee report, item 9.10. Councillor Pritchard. I'm going to say
well, it's true. Happy to move as written and then ask a question.
Go ahead.
I did ask some pre-meeting questions with regards to some concerns about the number of findings that this committee is receiving as part of their annual report. My question in response to those is, how does the number of meetings that this committee holds impact the number of inspections that the committee is responsible to oversee?
Does someone want to have a go at that?
Through the mayor. The committee sets its own work, but also receives referrals from other bodies. Each property requires an inspection, but then also requires re-inspection depending on the inadequacies of the systems. And that sets the amount of work because they can get through a certain number per meeting. They meet for the entire day and they go out on site, inspect and then come back and write down the requirements for compliance. I hope that's answered the question. Not quite.
I think it was the bit. Thank you. I think the last bit of the answer was that so the inspections are the meetings. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. The inspections occur during the meeting, but they obviously meet to consider responses from previous inspections and then also undertake inspections during the meetings.
I guess the last question with regards to this is what can council or what can this committee do to advise somebody that there are far too many failed inspections occurring? Based on the statistics, it seems like we have an issue in the community with fire safety. So
there are certainly issues with fire safety and compliance. The Building Fire Safety Committee has actually very, very strong powers to shut down businesses if they don't comply. They obviously try and work with businesses to get outcomes that don't require that.
I guess I'm looking further upstream. So how can we stop that from happening in the inspection phase? What is not happening before inspections that's allowing the problem?
The majority of the work of the Building Fire Safety Committee is for older buildings. So it's about maintenance over time and ensuring that that maintenance is undertaken. A new build, as the informal responses, new buildings are inspected at the time of opening. It's generally, a decade or more before these systems need to be.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Wilkes, are you seconding? Yeah, the second was written. Councillor Pritchard, did you wish to close? I will put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much. And the Councillor Eaton, item 9.11.
Yes, I'll read that.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Themeliotis, bit a second at the dynamic duo from Thalassa. Thank you. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We will take a 10-minute break if someone wants to move that. Councillor Fisher, seconded Councillor Graves. All those in favour? Okay, we'll resume in 10 minutes from now. Welcome back. We have a quorum, so we'll get back to the agenda. We're up to the questions on notice have appeared, will appear and have appeared in the minutes for those of you who had questions. Our motions on notice, our first one is item 11.1, Councillor Davis. I would like to move this and I'd just like to talk to it quickly. We currently use a free version of the Snapseed Solve app. It's widely used by local governments across Australia as a platform for residents to report issues such as dump rubbish, potholes, graffiti and other maintenance or amenity concerns. While we currently have the free version, an increased number of councils, including Katherine Town Council in the Northern Territory, have reported improved outcomes and residents' satisfaction after transitioning to the paid version. This application could potentially help Councillor Platten's war on trolleys, Councillor Wilkes's quick access for sporting clubs, and many other irritating issues we're facing.
paid upgrade offers enhanced features such as integration with existing council systems, custom reporting categories, improved data analysis, and the ability to communicate updates to residents in real time. Investigating this option aligns with our goals of innovation, responsiveness and transparency in our community service, and understanding the potential benefits and returns on investment will help inform a future decision around digital service delivery and community engagement. I use it a lot and I'm a big fan of it.
Thank you. Councillor Themeliotis.
Yes, happy to second. Not much debate because Councillor Davis is taking it over. Look, SnapSend Solve has been instrumental in our community. We will push our residents to utilise this. It's a resource that is probably a little bit more helpful than our elected member inquiry system in that you can actually get specific locations. And many times it's back and forth with some elected member inquiries trying to find specific locations of issues. SnapSend Solve does all that. And we encourage our residents to utilise it. Let's look at this paid service and see if it will give us that enhanced ability for our residents, something that we can promote. This is a positive thing. Our council is really, really big, so we rely on our residents to tell us issues across our city, and having something like this would be really helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkes. Question or debate?
Excellent. Debate, please. I'd just like to thank Councillor Davis for her initiative in bringing this to the chamber. Welcome to the motion party. This is your first one. This is amazing. Second one.
I think this is number 2, actually.
Yeah. Is it number 2? No, keep going. Number 1. Number 1. Yeah, keep going. It's the first one. Yes, it's the first one. Come on. Sorry. And what better way to support the community? I plugged this up, and it's so amazing that you have spotted this little nuance we have here, and I can't wait to see what the full paid version will offer in the report that you have requested. Thank you so much.
Councillor Eaton, question or debate?
Well, it's just a question, actually. On the weekend, we actually saw a survey done across Australia in respect to councils, and it clearly indicated that it was councils that was using this system.
Yes.
Have we got any results for Onkaparinga?
I believe it was that particular survey, and South may know better than me, but that survey was for their full subscribed service councils that subscribe fully to that program.
Okay.
Which we currently don't. Councillor Davis, do you wish to close? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. The Reynella, Councillor Eaton, 11.2, community, social and affordable housing.
Yes, we've done an amendment to that. We've taken out A.
Taken out A?
Yep.
Yes.
And so it follows on from there.
So that B is now A?
Yep.
Do you just want to double check what's on the screen?
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep. Okay. I guess one of the issues is here that we've really got to have a good look around at what land's available down that way. The other point that I'm making is that there is also a need to ensure that we engage with the other state government organisations and groups that I've identified, and it's going to take some time to do that. Clearly, I've got a strong indicator from certain people that they're dead against these large sort of facilities that create problems that we've actually seen in that Gildan area when it came up last time. 265 responses to the cops having to attend over a 12-month period. And clearly that lands, I think it's Housing Trust Development, where they don't have a 24-hour presence. I've also spoken to St Vincent de Paul people about them looking at what model they need to consider. And I've suggested that what you should be considering is something very similar to the Hutt Street Centre or the Whitmore Square Centre, where there's actually there's an office presence there the whole time, and they're not having the problems that are being seen at those other locations. I mean, and clearly, when you look at the new developments down that way, that affordable type housing, they want to spread that across through the whole area. So you're spreading it and not concentrating in any particular spot. So this is really about going out there, having a look, seeing what other land's available. I've got some questions on notice I put in respect of that land around the shopping centre, because I'm very mindful of putting these sorts of premises very low in close proximity to houses because it attracts certain people. They attract and it creates, and they also have to be close to facilities. So that's medical, transport. I say avoid schools. And the reason I say avoid schools because it can attract certain sort of behaviours too. And the last thing we want to do is see kids put at risk. And I'm putting on my 39 years in SAPOL and also working covert operations because I saw things through a different set of eyes. So there's a need, but there's a need for us to go out, look at other opportunities on locations, and then I'd like us to have a workshop before it goes to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Pritchard, question, second?
Happy to second.
Do you wish to speak to the motion?
No, all good, thanks.
Any further speakers? Councillor, do you wish to close? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? The motion's carried. Thank you. Item 11.3, Councillor Themeliotis. Happy to move. Council has already endorsed an affordable housing strategy that recognises the need for diverse, accessible and affordable housing, and is one of the most important pressures and challenges that are facing our community. Housing stress is growing, and without proactive steps, our families will be locked out of safe and secure homes. This motion is a practical target forward. This is not where I started, but after having some good conversations with council staff, this is where I have landed. It simply asks staff to bring back a report that identifies 3 to 4 potential sites in the Willunga area and surrounds that could be suitable for affordable housing. By focusing on this area and the facts we know and the need that's in this area, we can build on planned growth, existing infrastructure and proximity to transport services, employment opportunities. Exactly the priorities set out in our affordable housing strategy. Importantly, affordable housing is not just about the number of dwellings, it's about creating a mixed tenure, well-located developments and support and stronger support for our community, more connected communities and resilient communities. By identifying potential sites, we can work more effectively with state government, community, housing providers and the private sector to attract investment and partnership opportunities. While making sure, I also want to make sure that this chamber is setting up the next chamber so they are prepared to deliver on any potential partnership opportunities that come our way. Council needs to keep the conversation going to ensure that our strategy that we have committed to moves forward. So elected members, when we're having conversations in our community, despite the conversations around the previous council meeting that we had, this was not a no, this was a strategy to move forward. So I hope elected members will see this as a way to move forward on our strategy. Thank you, Councillor Drew.
I'd like to second the motion.
Do you want to speak to the motion?
Only briefly. I just want to highlight the relationship that Councillor Yeomans and myself have with the local residents of Willunga and the surrounding area, particularly those that have been working tirelessly, as we've heard, for the last few months on this. And I'd also like to extend a huge thanks to staff who have been doing tremendous work to help guide the previous motion that was lost at the last council meeting. As Councillor Themeliotis asked the question on notice around would this motion move us one step further in the process, and the answer was yes, then I am very happy to support that if that's what it takes to continue to, I guess, enact really the document that we all signed up for, which is the Affordable Housing Strategy, and it's about outcomes for Councillor Yeomans and I for our local community, and if that's what this is going to do, then absolutely I'm supportive of it.
Thank you. I've got a question for administration, if that's all right, and that's to do with the timing. I'm just noticing both 11.2, which is suggesting, directing that elected members have a session in late 2025 or early 2026, and I'm just noticing that would probably need to precede something in December. Because can I get some advice on that? Just to support councillors in their process.
Through the chair, I might make some comments and throw it over to Ines if she's got anything to add. I think there's interrelatedness around the intent behind both Councillor Eaton's and Councillor Fleurio's motions. Councillor Eaton's one that has already been adopted suggests a workshop in late 2025, early 2026. So I think undertaking that piece of work, which I'm required to do, should actually be done as a precursor to bringing back a formal council report with the sites as requested through Councillor Themeliotis' motion. Otherwise, we do risk having a report and having a workshop separately after the event. So from a timing perspective, it would make sense to try to align our efforts to get a good outcome overall for the community.
Councillor Greaves.
Thank you. Look, I'm more than happy to support this. I guess, my question to the administration would be, we've been through a fairly exhaustive process prior to the previous motion that came to the chamber, the one that was lost. Quite frankly, are there 3 to 4 parcels of land in Willunga and surrounding suburbs that would fit this bill?
Through the Mayor, my understanding is that potentially we've learned some lessons through going through that process, and potentially it's a slightly different lens by which we might look at what those parcels might be. So my understanding is, yes, that there could well be. And hopefully by doing this kind of work, it'll be an opportunity for elected members to really understand and explore what it would take to get to the outcome, if that makes sense.
Through the Mayor, can I just add some context, councillors, for you to consider? Obviously, we had a live project which the council's now voted on. In terms of doing this work, obviously it progresses and aligns with our affordable housing strategy, so that's good. The practical realities of trying to get a project up and running in this council term will be a challenge, because we'll have to come back to this council to explore some options, and we'll then decide on whether you want to go for community consultation depending on the site. You'll then have to go out to community consultation and then come back to consider, and then potentially, depending on the model we use, the timing would be, I suspect, right before caretaker, with all things aligning. So in a practical sense, this helps us with our work. Our intention with the current strategy of thought was to do this work, but to bring it back as a future option, having considered one already in the future chamber, but understanding the desire for the council to continue to progress this important topic. So I just want to manage your expectations about the fact that us having a live project in this council term will be very challenging, given the legislative requirements, depending on the parcel of land, depending on the level of engagement with the sector, depending on demand, depending on the modelling that's required to see if it's feasible as well.
Thank you. Councillor Eaton.
Sorry, I'm still.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Where are you? Sorry.
That's all right. Yes, no. So just some brief debate. Look, I'm happy to support this. I think Councillor Themeliotis probably hit the nail on the head as part of her debate, and this is actually about setting the next chamber up for success in this space. Look, obviously, council has a strategy, but we don't have full responsibility for this particular area of need in our city. And so, my expectation obviously would be, first and foremost, is to, I guess, again, go back to the state government, to our local state members, looking for opportunities to partner with the state government, which, could potentially negate the need for the whole palaver around revocation or, change of use, et cetera, et cetera. It is complicated. It is going to be protracted. I think the end result, hopefully, should we or the next chamber get there, I think is one that should be celebrated. And so, look, I do look forward to seeing what other opportunities there are, and certainly having a conversation around this chamber about how we can progress what we do see as an important issue in our city.
Thank you. Councillor Eaton. Question or debate?
Yeah, just debate, I guess, but to clarify a point, why I suggested earlier those discussions with other organisations is that it actually might identify state land that really have the responsibility that can actually be used. And we need to do that. And clearly, you know, I'm very mindful of design and to prevent crime. I've seen the consequences. I've had to attend the postmortems. And I think that it's important that that's engagement, because we might find land that we don't have to worry about a revocation process. There might be just a change to you know, the development approval for the state government office and land. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions, debate. I keep missing people on either side. Councillor Themeliotis, do you wish to close? And just taking advice, you know, taking into account what we've heard as well. If there's anything you wanted to change, it's up to you.
At this stage, there's nothing I want to change on my notice of motion, and I'll tell you why. This is about setting up the next chamber. So I understand the process. I understand going out to EOI. I understand going out to engagement. The clear difference to Councillor Eaton's one, Councillor Eaton has put an array of groups, including SA Police, Southern Domestic Violence, or this Child Services. The chances of council staff being able to deliver on this one by December are 0 to none. Like, it's just not going to happen. There was another previous motion around resilience building, which has not been delivered by this council because of getting in contact with SA Police and other organisations and trying to bring them all together. And I take exception to this one because this chamber knows what the issue is. We know where the need is. We know the facts. We have heard from experts. We've had reports. So in fact, this is actually a report that's actually a strategy moving forward to set up the next chamber. And the other one is semi-stalling. So I have nothing to change. I've made it very clear to this chamber that this is about setting up the next chamber to be able to make a fully informed decision.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? The motion's carried. Thank you. Councillor Wilkes, item 11.4. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can I please have my amendment, my friends? Thank you so much.
So can we just double check that's what you expected to see?
Staff summarise the outcomes of the upcoming staff planning session and to the first half clubs. Yes, that's perfect.
Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you so much for putting up the amendment. I'll keep this sweet and short because it's pretty plain and simple. Our Onkaparinga community clubs are undeniably vital to the social and recreational well-being of our City of Onkaparinga residents. These clubs often operate with a limited volunteer capacity, but they're driven by love and passion. I have been speaking to lots of clubs and it seems we are falling back into the same pattern. They're putting requests in, those requests are either being closed or they're not being heard, or they're then contacting me and telling me, Councillor Wilkes, can you please action this, find some acknowledgement for me? And I was like, oh, why is this happening again? So I thought I would write this my previous one that you saw on the screen that was in the agenda, and I asked for an immediate registrar to tell the clubs who to contact when they have their issues. And then I also had found out that we had removed the single point of contact that we had put in place after we had done a multi-user sporting facility observation report that said we need a single point of contact. So I was confused. I thought, clubs don't know where to go. We've cut off our single point of contact. Can we please give them both of that? Now we have, and I finally had a meeting with our brand new Director of Community. I had fabulous conversations and very promising. She explained to me that, Brodie, we hear you. I am organising all of the different departments to come together and we are going to try and find a solution. Now, I thought that my previous motion that I put into the agenda was too direct and too finite. So I have now changed it so we can have a summary so she has told me that, yes, she's going to bring all the departments together. So I have now changed it so the chamber can have a summary of those outcomes, of the summary of those conversations that will happen between staff. I've then spoken to councillors who have said, what do you mean the single point of contact's gone? And I said, oh, didn't you know? And they said, no. So then I said, let's get that included in the report as well. So not only will we have a summary of what staff are planning to do to allow our clubs to contact them more easily, we are also going to find out what is happening with that single point of contact. So this is just calling for a report to summarise what staff are planning to do so clubs can contact them, but it's also calling for the report to explain whether or not we are going to remove that single point of contact and why we have arised or why staff have come to that decision. So I would appreciate it if you could second it and we could continue to tread through this murky water to nice, clear, grey skies, blue skies. Councillor Fisher?
Prepared to second this motion.
Wish to speak to them? Wish to speak to the motion?
No, I do. The debate and the decision about either reinstating or removing the single point is a decision that administration will make and report back to us. But I think it's pretty obvious that by establishing a single point of contact for the clubs, we streamline the communication problem. Or the process. And it ensures that inquiries and issues are directed to the appropriate council department without confusion or delay. Earlier, Councillor Davis spoke about snap, send and solve. Something like that might be able to address issues that leasees have or sporting clubs have within our city to report things. Recently, I had a tour of a facility in the Norfolk Vale Stadium, and one of the biggest complaints from the leasees there was the fact that they didn't know who they had to contact from council. They didn't realise that they had an opportunity to have rubbish bins, and this has been going for 10 years. So there's obviously a breakdown in communication in respect to that particular matter. But I think where the administration can address this, and if it is something as simple as a snap, send and solve, or a QR code or whatever, at least you get to go to the correct person with your query. So I also urge elected members to support this recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Drew, question or debate?
Just debate, thank you. I was humming and hawing, Councillor Wilkes, how I put this out, so I'm just going to put it out because you might be able to convince me in your debate. I was just sort of looking at this and feeling like it was quite operational, and there might be good reason for that. But I just wondered if there was a particular way that we could elevate it to be strategic, like because Councillor Fisher's just talked about communication more broadly, or if this is enough to get the issue done that you want, or if there's maybe it's not the right forum to have that discussion now, but it was just a thought that I had around like that. This is just one small strategy in a whole hemisphere of different opportunities. And so is this the one thing that we need to address, or is there something that's scaled up a bit, was my thought. And a question. So it's at the right, so you know to respond. That would be actually to the councillor to do that. Thanks. I'm just checking any further questions, debate. Do you wish to close debate? Go ahead.
Excellent. To answer your question, look, I had that same thought. I thought the wonderful Director of Community had explained the process. That sort of made my notice of motion null and void. But then that single point of contact popped up again, and I thought we owe it to our community to have a report that comes back to council that explains the reason of whether or not we're going to keep that point of contact. That single point of contact came about because the multi-user sporting facility report had that at its number one recommendation. It would be easier for community clubs to contact Onkaparinga if they had a single point of contact. So if we're going to remove it, or we have removed it, or I just thought, do you know what, we should bring this to a report because then we can explain to our community why we have done it. What's happening in the upcoming staff planning session, I think that's sort of the first step, but that drawing out of that and that finalisation of that decision, I believe needs to come to a report. So that's why I actually did bring it, because I did think about pulling this motion, but then I thought, no, if we've had a recommendation, we've then put that recommendation in place and we've decided to remove it, we should have that in the clear open for our community to know, because I trust staff's decision. I honestly do, and I know that they can always do a robust report, and I've been so impressed with all the reports that come across our table recently, so I have no doubt that they will explain that, and I know that my sporting clubs will greatly appreciate that explanation.
Will I put the motion? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 11.5, Councillor Themeliotis.
Thank you. Mount Bold Dam, the safety project, is a major piece of infrastructure work with more than 9.5 million federal funding secured in 2022, alongside contributions from both the state government and from council. It promised to deliver crucial flood protection for downstream communities, protection that our residents rightly expect and deserve. This motion is just seeking an update from the Minister, because I think it's very timely, especially considering a lot of the environmental and weather issues that have been happening through South Australia and in our own council area, that we get an update from the Minister responsible on the status and timing of these works, given the scale of the investment and the importance of flood mitigation for safety in our communities, building resilience for our communities, being transparent with our communities, and we really need a clear timeframe of works and delivery.
Councillor Eaton, seconding?
Yes, I certainly support it. Yes, I will. I mean, it's an important issue for us, but having actually run that hazard management team in Department of Environment doing flood risk assessments across the state, that is one of the locations and the impact that we'll have if we do have a major incident along the Onkaparinga River, is the township of Old Willunga could be all washed away. So it's important that we get some vigour and get some results. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkes, question or debate?
Can I please just quickly say a big thank you to Councillor Themeliotis for bringing this to the chamber. I know this was spearheaded by the previous elected body when they were elected, and I've been asked quite a few times about this, so I really look forward to hearing the response then.
Thank you. Councillor Pritchard, question or debate?
Debate.
Go ahead.
I did notice the response to the questions, and the last update that we did have, I was actually at a residents association meeting in Old Willunga that was attended by SA Water, and the information that we had at that time was that the detailed risk assessment, the DRA, is underway at the moment, and which is due late 2025. So this is an appropriate time for this request. So just to make sure that is on task, I guess, to be delivered either late 2025 or early 2026. And then hopefully from there we'll get some more information around what the construction and final design looks like.
Thank you. Councillor Themeliotis, do you wish to close? I'll put the motion. On those in favour? Against? Carried. I do like writing those letters, so thank you so much. And just to reiterate, I was at that community meeting as well, and I do think the timing is perfect. 11.7, point 6, Councillor Platten.
Thank you, Mayor. Chamber, it's Peter Rawlins and the Seaford Lions Club and the shed again. And I feel like we've been here before. And we have. Except this time, I had many conversations with Pete, and I said, you need to get letters of support before I take it to the chamber. And he did, because if we had more people like Peter in our community, things would get done. So we have the Honourable Amanda Wishworth MP and the Honourable Chris Picton MP, who have both written a lovely letter in support of the expansion of the Seaford Lions Club shed. You'll note that there's a lot of notes in front of the recommendations on the motion, or my motion, And that's because council staff have already started working with Seaford Lions Shed. They don't actually need our approval to do it, but I wanted to bring it to the chamber. I wanted to communicate to you and to the broader community that this was something that I think is important. This community group gives back to our community. They're a victim of their own success. I think in 10 years' time, they'll probably be as big as Bunnings. They might have a huge shed. But this is an opportunity, as long as it's externally funded and they've made a commitment, they came tonight to make sure that everyone was assured that we weren't paying for it, that they were going to find external money. And there's proof in the pudding, they have before. So I hope you support it. It's no inconvenience to us.
Thank you, Councillor Eaton.
Yes, I'll certainly second it.
Thank you, George, to speak.
No, we've had the deputation tonight. The reasons have been explained, and I think that we should be fully supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Themeliotis.
Yes, Peter, they say bigger is better, but sometimes it's not the space, it's the way you use it.
I'm very impressed with these late evening contributions. Councillor Platten, would you like to close debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I'm going to have carried unanimously just so that can be shared with our friends in the Seaford and District Lions. And Councillor Bell at 11.7.
Thank you, Mayor. Please note, everyone, there's just been a slight amendment there highlighted in yellow, and thanks for doing that, staff. Councillors, this motion is obviously in recognition of a horrible event that happened post-World War, ended World War II, and it's the 80th anniversary of the bombing of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Japan paused on these days very recently when acknowledging the atomic bombs were dropped on these cities. And it's the only time that nuclear weapons, of course, have been used in war. 80 years ago, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were reduced to ash and tens of thousands perished in seconds. The bombings killed hundreds of thousands of innocent men, women, boys and girls, obliterated large parts of the two cities. What followed was also immense continued loss of life, with suffering caused by radiation sickness and burns, devastation and long-term impact of trauma experienced by survivors. On this 80th anniversary, we remember those who perished. We stand with families who carry their memory. To this day, survivors, the Hibakasha, continue to endure the physical and emotional toll of this event. These events, they acknowledge their resilience and courage in sharing their stories, and we honour the brave survivors whose voices have become a moral force for peace. I urge you to support this motion and ask that a minute's silence also be conducted.
Councillor Themeliotis.
Yes, happy to second.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor June?
Is it more appropriate to do the minute of silence before I ask to mention something? Where I can say something?
This is a time to debate if it's about the motion.
Yeah, it is. All I wanted to do really was to acknowledge the deputation that was linked to this motion. I think Shane, the president of the RSL, his commitment and leadership to the people that have served, but also to our local community, is beyond measure. He goes above and beyond. And I think tonight was one of the most moving deputations I feel like we've had since we've been elected. So, and I want to acknowledge Councillor Bell for working with Shane and him giving up his time tonight for us.
Thank you. Councillor Eaton.
Would it be possible to include also in our minute of silence to recognise yesterday?
The Vietnam veterans.
The Vietnam veterans, and particularly the Battle of Long Time. Because I had mates that actually fought in that. Unfortunately, and they were in Vietnam, and unfortunately they ended up getting cancer as a consequence of Agent Orange and things like that. But certainly I think that's my generation, and we need to recognise them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jude, is it a question you've already debated?
It is. I just acknowledge the words of Shane and wonder if there's a way that we can share them or if there would be merit in sharing them. I just feel like it was a reflection piece that could get lost, and only those that were privy to it tonight were probably going to see it, unless we have people watching on YouTube, which may be unlikely.
So that might be a request through an inquiry for the record of tonight's meeting, and I'd encourage you to do that should you wish to do that. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried, and I'll determine how you wish to spend that minute and who you want to remember. So if we can have a minute's silence, please. Thank you, everyone. And Councillor Bell, if you wouldn't mind also passing that on to Shane and to others who initiated that with you. Item 11.8, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I also want to highlight that there's been a slight amendment to point 3. They asked the report to be provided to Council by December 25. Councillors, this was brought to my attention that in the chamber here we have a lovely picture of the Queen, our former monarch, and this led to raising the question of displaying a picture of His Majesty King Charles III alongside the portrait of the Queen. This is Australians are part of a constitutional monarchy, obviously, and in which the Crown obviously plays a vital part. Although largely ceremonial, the role of governance of our nation, displaying the image of the head of state serves as a respectable acknowledgement of this system, which has provided obviously a lot of stability, continuity, and unity over generations. The monarchy has been a constant presence, in particular in relation to Queen Elizabeth III. She obviously reigned for 70 years. And my thoughts were in particular to keep a picture of Her Majesty, former Majesty Queen Elizabeth, because she's well regarded in our community and has been for so many years. The monarchy has been a consistent presence with committed public service. The image of both King Charles and Queen Elizabeth would remind us of their legacy and connect us to the broader community and shared values. His Majesty obviously has demonstrated a long commitment to service in the environment and community engagement, and it's an important gesture. So I ask you to support this motion.
Councillor Themeliotis.
Yes, happy to second the motion and just be brief because Councillor Bowes really addressed it. Obviously happy to second the motion and happy to keep the image of the Queen up there. And why that is significant is across the globe, the Queen is seen someone of great service to the community, over 70 years of service to the community. And we always talk about people who lead and acknowledging them. And I think it's really important to acknowledge them. And in fact, Queen Elizabeth visited Willunga Council at the time in 1986, so before many of you were even born. So actually spent time here in our council area. So I think that's very significant as well. I thank Councillor Bell for raising this motion.
Thank you. some of us were born in before then. But I appreciate the gesture. Councillor Fisher.
She visited her.
Councillor Fisher.
Yes, thank you very much. A question and debate.
Go ahead.
A question of administration in relation to protocols of displaying photos or pictures of monarchs. Anyone prepared to answer that one?
We might need to take that one on notice and get back to you on that one.
Okay, the debate is just really my understanding of what we want to do. So I acknowledge the fact that you would, as a government authority, we would display the current monarchy. I understand also the representation from Ghana, but I can't understand why we would have a previous monarch up there, notwithstanding that she was a wonderful person and everything else.
I might have some insight to that. There was an EM inquiry about this some time ago, and my recollection of it, and I'm happy to be corrected, was that this particular image of now the late Queen Elizabeth II was part of the history of the formation of the council, and so it was an image that is related to the story of that rather than specific to the monarchy. That's how it was explained to me. I hope that's correct. And if it's not, someone will correct me. Councillor Platten.
Thank you, Jen. Just moving into debate.
Go ahead.
As I reiterate, I guess, what Councillor Fisher was saying, and that is very supportive of having a monarch. We are living with a head of state as the king currently, and I'm very supportive of having the monarch up on the wall. I guess the way this motion is, it doesn't allow us to remove the Queen. I would be more comfortable if there was almost like an explanation plaque underneath the Queen as to why we have her up there along with our current monarch. Might be an
interpretive
way to acknowledge and tell people why we haven't removed her.
The staff are in receipt of hearing that, so that may be useful as we progress. The motion's yet to be passed. Councillor Themeliotis, a question. Yes, you may have a question. You cannot debate.
Yes, my question is, this seems to be a hotly contested location in our chamber. What ability is there to move this to another location in our council area that still is displayed publicly?
Yes, I think that would, there's plenty of real estate along our walls, and I would leave it to other creatives to find the right spot. But Councillor Wilkes, a question or debate?
Debate. Well, debate, please. Go ahead. So I believe that great minds think alike. Councillor Themeliotis, I was thinking the same, because we have amazing artwork displayed there now that comes from our collection, and the Queen is taking up a great spot, and I really love the point two, that council explore options for Ghana artefacts or other appropriate Ghana items to display in the chamber. And I really think that, you know, the Majesty King Charles III, he can adorn the walls. Do we really need the Queen? Definitely we need Ghana. So I'm not going to make any sound effects.
Thank you. No further questions. Councillor Bell, do you wish to close debate?
Just very quickly, thank you. I just want to thank everyone for their views and debate. There is some truth. I have a vague recollection there about the backstory of where the picture came from, and it has to do with the amalgamation. I think you're correct there. I was also at the time, for those who might be interested, when I made the inquiry about the pictures, there's no requirement for necessarily a picture to be in the chamber in the legislation. But there would be a requirement for a motion if we wanted to add the King and keep the Queen. That's the advice that I recall receiving at the time. And also for your information, thank you, Councillor Wilkes, for the comment on point 3 with reference to the Ghana artefact. I added that because it just followed on from all talking about pictures with staff at the time, and felt that it was possibly a good opportunity to bring in a Ghana artefact, and providing a report to council by December would also align it with the Reconciliation Action Plan that is due at that time. And yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say. I think just in respect to the late Queen, her image obviously in the chamber is more than probably historical for some. It's a lasting tribute to her. And her service, retaining her picture along King Charles honours her extraordinary legacy, I think, and reflects our shared constitutional heritage and recognises the deep respect held for her by many in our community. A gesture of continuity, remembrance and gratitude for a life devoted to the service of others. Thanks. Urge you to support it.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried. Thank you. We are now Councillor Dew, 11.9, which is page 277.
Thank you. I'd like to go straight into debate, please.
Go ahead.
I'm conscious that it's 10 o'clock at night and I have no script, so this could go in many directions, but I'll try and keep it snappy. If you ask Councillor Rawlins and I what's probably one of the number one top priorities in our local area, I think that this would be up there. We're currently, what we're talking about tonight is along the cliff top at Selix. For generations, there's been young people, probably older people, that have created a trail for BMXing, and unfortunately, it's well loved and well utilised, which is beautiful that people have a connection to community. But what we are also aware of is the significance to Kaurna people and the remnants that are located in that area. And I want to definitely acknowledge the work that staff are doing, really culturally sensitively, but also slowly working with community to determine a way forward. And what I'm hoping by this motion to do is to set out, I guess, in your way, some principles or processes that ensure that our community is shaping and being involved in the outcome. There's two things in my mind. One is that I could sit back and give it 12 months and we might come to the decision, which is actually it's probably not viable for the trail and the BMX track to be there. What I'm trying to do is semi-fast track that, because the reality is that even myself not being a technical engineer and knowing legislation deeply, looking at the situation, I can probably feel like I can guarantee that we're going to have to start to look for an alternative option. So with that in mind, I've been speaking to the community, and as Councillor Rawlins has too, and there's a mum, Manny Pollard, who works at an awesome shop that's now located at Seaford and was at Aldinga, Euphoria, and they, so she can't be there here tonight, but she has sent me some words that I wanted to share. So the Selix Beach dirt jumps have become a vital space for our young people. They are drawn to the downhill style of the jumps, which gives them a unique sense of challenge, excitement and progression they can't find at regular skate parks or reserves. For many families, this spot has been a safe and positive outlet where kids build confidence, risk-taking, resilience and friendships while staying active and connected. As a mum living in Selix, I've seen this firsthand with my son Chase. He has been riding here since he was little and now he enjoys it with his mates after school weekends, but he says it's the downhill style that makes it special and nothing else compares. Like many other families, we know there's nothing else up this way for kids, and riding to Aldinga isn't safe and no bike path and only South Road. We also acknowledge this is Kaurna land and it's important we respect and care for it. While we understand the need to balance safety, environmental care and cultural responsibility, we don't want that balance to come at the expense of our children. We're asking the council to work with us to protect the land while also protecting this unique and much loved space for our kids and family. So I reached out to Maddie. Maddie provided that. She's also been working with community and has garnered 1,190 signatures on an online petition. I asked her, I said, Maddie, I'm actually putting forward a motion that calls for council to do some work to investigate other alternative options. And I said, would you support that? And she said, yes, 100%. Because what the community has come to realise is that maybe this isn't viable anymore, but what is viable is that we bring our community along with us, that we engage the young people that are regular users of this space, that we understand what they love about the space, where it could be improved, and we actually co-design a set of principles to guide the identification of a new space. So we're not doing to community and deciding where the location is, but we're working alongside our community. So there's a sense of ownership at the end of the day. So
Councillor.
Thank you. Sorry, everyone.
Councillor Yeomans.
I'll second this and obviously support the comments from Councillor Jim, and thank you for reading those words from it. Those is very important. I didn't realise this, but when the sign was initially placed at this at these bike tracks by the council, they didn't actually shut it down as such, but it was more suggesting that go somewhere else very nicely, and that did cause a fair bit of community backlash, and that's probably when we started to become involved in it. It is a registered Aboriginal site, so there are some legislative requirements and legislative duties that the task that the council does have to do and be shown to be doing, but they are doing what they can to preserve things. There hasn't been a lot of work done in relation to I suppose, to doing that. And what I like about Councillor Drew's motion here is, with any luck, it will achieve outcomes for the whole community. So I think we've got to be very careful. It's a very sensitive issue. We certainly don't want to be causing conflict between the public and who are telling us quite loud and clear that they want the kids to be able to ride their bikes up and down and have some exercise and not get stuck watching TV and playing with the video games, and I think we all support that. But at the same time, be mindful of the respect we need to show for these particular sites, and having that communication now and discussions with the community along those lines. I think you can achieve better outcomes with bringing the community along with us, as opposed to showing them out of the conversation. This is what I like about this one, and hopefully what we'll achieve is outcomes that will benefit everybody. So I urge you to support this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Any further debate? Councillor Drew, you wish to close?
Super quickly, I just didn't feel like I reinforced sort of the value to Ghana as well, and how the motion also calls for us to continue to work with Ghana people and those that have authority to ensure that we meet compliance requirements, and also that we know that kids and young people need options up at Celix, and hopefully this is another way to deliver on that.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Item 11.10, Councillor Wilkes.
Thank you so much. I'd like to move the amendment that is on the screen. Council staff install a temporary supershot line on the South Coast Netball competition courts at River Road. Oh, we're happy? Are we starting?
Makes sense?
Yeah.
So you're moving up that motion?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, the chance starts now.
Excellent. Thank you. So netball, as all games, is evolving. Just like golf, we've seen with Live Golf, just like cricket, just like all of our other sporting games, because we have found that our community is engaged when our games are relevant and become up to date. So our local Onkaparinga competition has been offered a chance to be the first to introduce the super shot structure and gameplay for their competition to experience. All right, this is an innovation in grassroots sport. Okay, Netball SA fully support this, not because they are trying to promote other clubs over one after another or one over another. They have been contacted by a proactive club who I must say are still sitting in this chamber, and the only people still sitting in this chamber at 10:15 at night after nearly 3 hours, by a proactive club who are not only seeking to give this experience to their competitors, they are actually offering affordable fees. They are offering an inclusive, safe and insured environment. They are currently and now crediting umpires to be badged. They've run this competition for 2 seasons, and they've gone from 30 people in the first year to nearly 300 people. This is proactive. And I've worked with this club before, and Councillor Platten said when he was talking about the Seaford Lions shed. If we had more Peter Rawlins in our life, our community would be a really driven place. Well, we have Peter Rawlins, but they're in the form of South Coast netball competition. Okay. How did this come about? Look, I'm not going to get into the backstory of Sport and Rec and how many EM inquiries I shuffled through, but they had come to the Sport and Rec team with a request. Okay. I spoke to somebody in the Sport and Rec team a little bit higher. They said, send the EM inquiry to me, Greta, or send their request to me. Okay, cool. I put it through EM inquiry for them on their behalf. And what happened was the EM inquiry was done with lots of time, so didn't even think about the council meeting. I was given an interim response. That interim response was then said it would come back to me on Friday before our notice of motions are due. I didn't get it on the Friday, so I thought, by golly gee whiz, this is time sensitive. I'm going to do a notice of motion. So that's what I did Sunday night. Monday, after I put the notice of motion in, I then got the response saying it was huge. Pretty much not really sure, maybe just give us some information and we might do it. That wasn't enough for me. I still kept the notice of motion in because we have got community members who are trying to drive something that we haven't seen before. Okay, they followed the correct processes, they sent their emails and their answers weren't sent back in time. All right, so what I just really wanted to say here was that this is asking for 6 lines to be installed temporarily on our community courts. We know it's not going to cost much. We know it is going to be an exciting, engaging experience for our community members. And if these numbers keep increasing as the way that they have been in the last 2 years, we could have many hundreds of residents enjoying this experience. So I urge you, please, put your debate on the table. Let's have a great discussion and very strongly consider offering this to our residents at such a small cost. Now, I know we're going to have conversations regarding other associations, but let's just remember this is a proactive club who have gone to Netball SA and done it off their own back for a temporary situation. Thank you.
Councillor Platten, question or seconding?
I'd love to second it.
Go ahead.
I'll second it.
Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, I'm more than happy to speak.
Go ahead.
I've been referenced in this chamber by saying we like proactive people like Peter Rawlins. It's true, we do. Sam, the president of the Croweaters, comes on crutches to do a deputation, calls us frequently, bothers us, gets canteen windows installed, and has really made a go at William Hunt Reserve. And now just wants 6 temporary supershot lines for a competition that they've set up, who support 300 now and growing, as far as I understand, now that they can do donuts out of their window, for a competition in the south where no other competition exists. And I think that that's something that we should celebrate, something that we should support, and something that we should drive innovation in. And we have an opportunity to do that. I don't think it's any harm. I don't think we need to live in fear that hundreds of netball clubs are going to descend upon us to get super shot lines drawn on their netball courts, because it's a great idea. And if they do that, then we can consider them one at a time. So I look forward to seeing lines on there, and I look forward to going down and having a go.
Councillor Fisher.
Yeah, Mayor, just a question. We've talked about cost. How much, question directed to admin, how much will it cost?
Do we have someone? Thanks, Stuart.
Yeah, through the mayor. What's been proposed is temporary line marking. We haven't done that before that I'm aware of. The products, we're not quite sure what the products would be for that either. We think it would most likely be like a non-slip tape that would be used. So the main cost would be the purchase of the tape and staff time, if staff were to do that. What's been proposed to the club was that the club can undertake that. they can work with Netball SA around what the opportunities or the options are for different, any other options that might be available. Chalking is one that's been suggested as well. The permanent line marking, which is different, which we're not supportive of, given that doesn't meet the current service standards that we work to. That's for something like this would be approximately $350 per court.
A question answered. Yep. Councillor Davis. A question or debate?
Debate, please. Okay, I'm super excited to see the competition running. Super interested to see what will come of the Lions. Love the innovation in sport. So super supportive of the Lions being marked. Not sure council should be paying for it. I do think you might have a snowball effect.
Hang on a second, Councillor Wilkes, can you just turn? There's somebody's. Yeah, I'm just trying to work out whether. Go ahead, Councillor. I'm also a little bit concerned because this isn't actually a rule in netball. This is Super League use it as a financial incentive. So in the last 5 minutes of a game, they can have a super shot and people it promotes the sponsor to give money to them. So it's fun and it's exciting, but we're not going to be raising money in that respect. It's just going to be a little bit of fun. So if it's just a bit of fun and it's just temporary, I love the innovation, I love the idea. Not sure council should be paying for it. Themeliotis.
Yes, I'm going to go into a bit of debate, a confused debate, the confused mind of Councillor Themeliotis. I don't think these are temporary lines at all. I think we've got to stop using that term. It's not temporary lines, it's paint. That's what we're doing with painting lines, because if it was tape or chalk, the club could go do it right now. No motion, no debate, no deputation. So these aren't temporary lines. These are permanent lines with a cost to council. What this chamber has notoriously done for a number of clubs, including my club, the BMX club, remember when they came to us, they understood council's position and they said they would take on all the costs. Now, I asked the club, would they consider putting some funds towards it? Because I think if you are passionate about something, you have skin in the game. So I'm only putting this in debate, but I think clubs should go back to their board and seriously consider that if this is accepted tonight, that they bring some skin in the game in terms of funding. If it's 50-50 or one of the courts, we've estimated around $350 for one of the courts. Again, this is not temporary lines. We've got to stop using that term. Because again, temporary lines is chalk or tape. They can go do that right now for free. This is permanent lines. We're not going to are we literally going to go paint lines and then go out a week later and clean them up? Like I really don't think that's going to happen. The notice of motion doesn't actually ask council to put any funding towards it. It tells them to install it, but doesn't actually give me a guide on who's spending what or where. I understand that the thing that's getting me is this timeline thing and how tight the timeline is. So my debate, even though it sounds quite negative, it's very pointed at club that you need to have some skin in the game, go back to your board and find some funding. And to council, this is not temporary lines, because if it was, it would be chalk, it would be tape, they could do it for free, do it now and not come to us. So elected members, happy to support this, but this is sending a message more to club that you've got to come with something, because other clubs have come to us with something and willing to work collaboratively with council to achieve it.
I'm just checking on Councillor Bell when I was trying to deal with the. They're done. Okay, thank you, Councillor Greaves.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions because I too am a little bit rushed. Even with temporary lines, what does it mean? Is there still a requirement to consult with the other users of the courts?
Yeah, through the Mayor, look, any changes we're proposing on the courts, there need to be consultation with all of the court users and agreement with what's going to be done. I think in the presentation, the club indicated that they had been talking with the tennis club, which is good. But generally, that's one of the reasons if we were looking at permanent marking, that consultation would also extend to groups like Tennis SA and around their standards, because it would change the service level that we have. So if we're going to change that, we'd need to go through the proper consultation process.
And just for my clarification, like who are the current users of those courts?
Look, I don't have the specific details. The courts are they're multi-use courts, so they're available for like pretty much anybody. The club have a licence agreement, and there's other regular users, including midweek tennis. But other groups can book those courts for tennis or netball, provided they're available.
So it's essentially those two sporting codes that effectively.
Yeah, so they're dual line marked for tennis and netball.
Yeah. Okay. Bit of debate. I don't. Yeah, this is going to sound ambiguous. I don't not support the club wanting to move forward with this. I've got no idea. I haven't played netball for a million years, so I'm not super excited. But anyway, I do, however, feel very pressured to make a decision. And I appreciate that there's some timing issues for this current competition or upcoming competition that relies on this. But similar to Councillor Themeliotis's debate, if these are temporary and the netball club has already engaged with the tennis club and they seem happy about that, then why couldn't they just simply do it for the competition, for the nights that they actually use it? I'm never comfortable saying that council will do something if we actually don't understand what that looks like. So I'm not going to support this. I think that if a club wants to introduce a new competition, then there needs to be adequate time to be able to do it properly. I don't know how rushed they feel, but I feel rushed making this decision tonight. I appreciate that there are some time constraints, but if it is indeed going to be a temporary thing, at least for this competition, then I think that the club should show some skin in the game and go ahead and put some temporary lines in, whatever that looks like.
Councillor Wilkes, a question?
Yes, definitely a question. Going to try and draw out some more information just to clarify a couple of. Okay, so did council receive the email on the 20th of the 7th that highlighted from the club what temporary line markings are after they requested more information about line marking?
If you're not able to answer, we didn't have to take it on notice. So
that's through the mayor. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the question. We received the request.
Excellent. So in that request, it stated the dimensions that the council asked for by the club of what a line mark needs to be. Okay. My subsequent question to that is, so when council wrote the email response that took a lot longer than the allocated EM time that we're supposed to have and was sent late, when they said temporary line marking, were they referring to the details that were sent to them by the club, which states 50 mil wide lines, textured water-based acrylic plane, suitable for wet weather netball, or were they referring to something else?
So the response that was provided to the club, so the response went on the 14th of August, which supported that it didn't support permanent marking of the courts, but it did say that there would be support for temporary line marking for the competition through the summer season. It didn't go into any of the detail about what form the temporary marking would take though. And if I can just sort of add that some of the work that happened between us receiving the initial inquiry and the response was the contact that was made with Netball SA around this to get a better understanding of the supershot competition. And sort of through that, Netball SA made it sort of quite clear to us that the supershot it's an elite, it's designed around elite netball at this point, and they don't see that it's not a part of the standards around community netball, but it doesn't stop community netball from using it. So at this point, it doesn't form a part of the standard of how the courts are marked. But I think the information that was included was information from Netball SA around the size of the line markings that are required,
Yes.
which is 50 millimetres.
So the email that you're referring to on the 14th stated that they needed to be, that you were approved for temporary line marking, but that was based on the information that was sent stating that line marking needs, like the line marking information that was provided by the club before you sent the temporary line marking said that general, like it gave the specification.
Question, please, councillor.
It gave specification for general and temporary line marking. Is that the information that you used to create that response?
No, the response was based on a range of factors, and it considered the range of information that Netball SA had provided us with, and the intent of the response back to the club was to let them know that we didn't support permanent marking for the summer competition, based on the fact that it would require, for permanent marking, that's a change in our service level, and we need to go through a more, robust engagement process with TNSSA, etc. For temporary markings for the Christmas, for the summer competition that's being proposed, the response we provided indicated that temporary marking would be supported, and the information that the club would need to provide back to us around that would be showing the support from the other users that they were okay with that form of marking. We indicated in that correspondence that would need to be done at the club's expense, and also that just that the club would need to let us know what form they wanted to take with that, whether it was going to be we didn't indicate what type it would be, but we need to know what form they want to do that temporary marking in.
Thank you. Any further question?
Yes. Okay, so that temporary line marking was based on the information that they sent from the National Facilities Guidelines, which is the painted line. Okay. I am going to leave it there.
Councillor G.
I've got a few questions, please. Did I just hear you say that council's current
our officer, Stuart?
Yes, I was going to say that, but yes, the officer. Did I just hear you say, I just want to clarify that council's current position is not to support long-term line marking, but temporary line marking is considerable and in council's favour. Is that what you just said, or am I mishearing?
Yeah, through the chair. No, that's correct.
And that's what's been communicated to the
yes.
club. And those are the specific. Okay, thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And I just wanted to clarify, because I heard before, and I feel like you have sort of clarified it, but temporary in this context is talking about the season. It's not talking per game, it's across the season.
Yeah, so the context that was provided was in the context of the summer supershot competition that was being proposed by the club.
Mm-hmm. And the suggestions that have been made in terms of chalk and tape and those sorts of things, are they deemed safe? Are they used in other locations?
I can't respond really on that one.
Okay, sure.
That's what there needs to be further information on that, and I guess part of our suggestion is that we recommended that the club would be talking to Netball SA around what some of those options might be.
Okay. And then is there any concern from council around setting a precedent around this and the cost involved, or is that not really a factor?
Look, if courts are marked, it does set a precedent. The Netball SA haven't given us any indicative timeframe of when or if they will be rolling this out as a future standard. And they've just been clear with us at this point that, from their perspective, it's an elite, it's a line marking that's used for an elite level of the sport, and not necessarily for community level sport. But Netball SA did extend their support of the initiative of the club in terms of if it attracts and encourages participation in netball, that's a good thing.
And then I think my last question is just around, if this was voted down tonight, knowing that you'd already been doing the work with the club, this is a hypothesis. Can I just say it and then you can tell me no?
Time. No, you can have a question.
Yeah, it is a question.
Okay, try have a go at a question.
Can staff, so if it gets voted down tonight and potentially because maybe not having all the information, hypothetically, can staff continue to work with the club to come up with the solution that they're looking for outside and beyond this council process?
So is the council process required to pursue this?
Thank you. Or can you continue to do the work you're doing? Is that annoying? Sorry, Jordan.
No, go ahead.
I heard that sigh from a
through the chair. Look, I think I understand what you're asking. What we've tried to do here is provide a way forward that the club can do quickly to be able to meet the timelines that it has for its summer competition. To go beyond that and for us to look at something that is of a more permanent nature, that's a much larger piece of work that changes it changes the standard for our netball courts, and there'll be sort of a lot broader engagement we'd have to undertake to do that. We could keep working on that part, but that probably wouldn't be something that would be something that if Netball SA weren't supportive of that, then we probably wouldn't be pursuing that further.
Okay, I think that's enough hypotheticals from staff as well. Councillor Pritchard, question or debate?
Debate.
Go ahead.
I'm in full support of this. I'm a bit bemused by the conversation. I think this has come about because of the challenges that we had a hard court review a couple of years ago that said we had all the surplus courts, and yet we've got one facility that the council manages effectively independently of clubs, and this is at River Road. We've got lots of people wanting to use it, including this club that has come to us with an idea. There's been plenty of changes to tennis court line marking over the recent times to try and make the court smaller for juniors, and they paint the court with a different shade of the court colour and it works completely fine. So tennis courts have now got multiple markings, including the singles and doubles court. They've now got an orange ball court size along the side. So I think that we should be painting these lines on. I think we should be painting them on permanently. I think they add to that facility because this facility is multi-use, and if one user wants to use a 2-point shot, then that's great. And I think that the lines are just lines on the court, and the tennis players won't notice them. The netballers that are not using the 2-point shot won't notice them. The dogs that go onto that court all the time, chasing balls, won't notice them. And so I just think that this is not as problematic as it's being made out to be. But I think the problem is because this is our only independent facility, and we have a difficulty because lots of people use it.
Thank you, Councillor Bill. A question or debate?
A bit of debate, please. Thanks, Unfortunately, I'm not in support of this motion. I'm not against netball and not against the amazing work that you're doing as a team and for the community. I really support that. But I'm disturbed by the debates. I'm just disturbed by what I'm hearing, and I'm disturbed that it came to the chamber in this form, I suppose. I'm a bit concerned that there's an element of interrogation, people demanding things. Failed communication obviously has contributed to this for sure. I'm just concerned there's not enough information. It doesn't talk about costs and I understand and take in everything that everybody said, but I don't understand the questioning of the integrity of the staff in particular that's been raised. We're not a court of law here. I think we just need to be careful what we're doing. I think we need to be doing it in a more measured way and having a bit more information. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. Councillor Wilkes, do you wish to close debate? Go ahead.
Thank you for a robust debate. Oh, Councillor Bell, I wish I wasn't the go-between. I tell you what, which pretty much brings me to my motion that I had 11.4. Look, the facts are the facts, and I'll always be a person based on facts. And the facts is that this is muddy. You're right. It's really complicated, and it's 6 lines. So. I urge this chamber to support this, and I want to make my intent very clear. I didn't want to bring this to the chamber. I told the club to take it to staff. We tried to get it sorted through those, and it didn't. And when it's becoming to the end of the time frame that this can go out to the public, and it's already been such a long wait, I feel like it's my responsibility as the local councillor and as the representative to be the voice for the community when they just can't get answers. So I'm really sorry if it seems like to you that this is a court of law or, you know, that this is an interrogation, because none of those are true. It's really just standing here trying to be a strong advocate for the community who works so hard to purely just bring something that's going to bring a bit of joy to Onkaparinga. I can explain just quickly that this club's actually on a different lease to all of our other clubs. They're not on a license. They're not on a lease. They're on a license. They're not bound by the hard court. They're not allowed to put signage up. When they came to us and were having issues, they expressed that they wanted to be on a lease, and they held multiple conversations. And in my time in the chamber, it was decided that instead of giving up, as Councillor Pritchard said, community courts, that we would instead give them a leasee. But if they were a leasee, it would mean certain things. And some of those things are, I don't have time to go into all of them, is that they're not allowed to put signage up, they do not contribute to resurfacing, or they are not bound by the hard court agreement. Now, for me, I thought, geez, don't we want money from our clubs? But no, that was the best thing for the council at the time, and I'm happy to always follow council lines. So they are a little bit bound. They have to continuously come back to us. They're not allowed to put the signage up. And the benefit of that is that council sort of pay for the repairs to the courts that they're on, but they're also going to provide this, hopefully, if we approve it, this line to this club. I just think, how many emails, how many times do they muddle through this? I'm just going to go back to these notes, because as Councillor Dew said, it's getting late and it's hard when you don't have a script. So I'm really looking forward to hearing what this community club and initiative can achieve. I really think that we should support this and have a go. And that temporary line just means that, no, it's not going to be tape, but it'll be something that doesn't have to be permanent, but it will be there for the duration of the competition. Okay. And then I'm sure, and I know this club worked really hard, they will come back and they will jump through as many hoops that they need to once this competition's over to see what happens next season. You know, they didn't have to have an event permit for their last 2 seasons, but they were told in email that they should have it for this one. So what did they do? Within 12 hours, they filled out the full form and sent it back. All they're trying to do is have a great, fun, innovative competition for Onkaparinga. So I urge you to support them, to enable them to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So can I just do that again? All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the motion is lost. So a division has been called. So all those in favour, would you please stand? Councillor Dew, Wilkes, Platten, Themeliotis, Pritchard, and the remainder are against. Thank you. Notice of motion number 11.11, Councillor, where are we? Sorry, Councillor Eaton.
Thank you. It's now my opportunity to keep you all awake. A little bit longer. And just think
more items, folks.
And just think about it. The possums and the owls are out in some of our community spaces at the moment, and other spaces they're not. The purpose of my motion is that the relevant landscape boards, and I'll just refer to the Fleurieu Landscape Board business plan, and what they state, working together to care for land, water and nature. The purpose of this motion is that as part of our consultation process for the revocation of community land, we write to the relevant landscape board and seek any comment from them. And I'll just reflect back to the experience that I had with Canberra Drive and the issues there. There were a whole lot of things that was coming up on social media. And I actually spoke to a member of the Green Adelaide Landscape Board to get them to go out and have a bit of an assessment of it. And then there were some discussions about getting them along to do a presentation. They wanted a formal request. I did have a motion, a notice of motion up in respect to seeking their advice, but in discussions with Councillor Themeliotis, I withdrew that on the basis that we were going to delay the program. But what this is ensuring is that as part of our consultation, the landscape board's advice, because they weren't aware of the Canberra Drive one. They don't necessarily sit down and read the public notices. So all it is we write a letter, they can respond to it if they wish, or if we don't get a response from them, we go along with whatever we want to do. What it does, it gives an unbiased approach as well. They are the ones that have got that, can be said to have that independent view. So it's just ensuring we get the right balances. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Themeliotis, a question or a second? Thank you. Any questions? I will, Councillor Dew.
So I just wondered if there's any implications or if we think that it's a good step in the process.
Is there an officer who might be able to help with that? And perhaps also so that this becomes a default practice, essentially, is the intent, I think.
So through the Mayor, as part of our standard engagement process, we can write to the landscape board and invite them to comment. It will be up to them as to whether they do put in a comment or not. I wouldn't recommend that we extend our engagement period until we receive a response, because that could potentially delay the process.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher, a question? That was then, okay. Great minds think alike. Thank you. Councillor Eaton, would you wish to close debate?
Yeah, I'll just close the debate on it. Look, I think it's an important issue, and that's the point that I'm making as we write to them. They know they then know the consultation's happening, and if they respond, they respond. If they don't, we'll just note that in the community consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you very much, Councillor. We have the petition that arrived too late for our last meeting, although we did record it. Councillor Themeliotis, are you moving this?
Yes, moving as written.
And Councillor Fisher, are you seconding? Thank you. Any questions? All those in favour? Against? Everyone needs to vote. Not everyone voted, so I know you're all really tired, but all those in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you. That's all right. Sorry, yes. We do have an item of urgent business, and I'll just ask our officer here just to mention why it's here, just to remind us, this is the maybe I can do this. This is the Libraries Board and the issue with Country Arts, Councillor Yeomans. And the reason I've, I'll just say why I've accepted it as urgent business, which is, no, that's all right, and that's because of the timeline of when it's due in. Now you can declare. Sorry.
I'd like to declare a conflict of interest because there's remuneration attached to the board if I was successful.
Thank you. And you need to leave. You're choosing to leave, rather. Thank you. Councillor Yeomans, back to you.
Yes, just as the Mayor's explained, we had the discussion from the member as well, which is great. This is just a notice of motion here for us to nominate Deputy Mayor Lauren Drew to the Local Government Association Nomination Committee as a candidate for local government representative on the Libraries Board of SA. And we heard before that there was a call for nominations advertised in July. On the 7th of August, Deputy Mayor Drew did contact our governance team to advise that her nomination, or to advise of her nomination to the Libraries Board. A week later, the LGA withdrew the call for nominations, and 2 days after that, the 15th of August, the LGA reinstated the call for nominations, hence this urgent business. The applications close on the 15th of September, and only nominations submitted by council followed by a resolution of council will be considered. So that's why we're just taking 30 seconds doing this now. Just so you know that the nominations for a period of not exceeding 3 years, the LGA nominees may comprise of council members. The nominees must have experience in local government. You must be currently serving a council member or employee of a council or other local government entity, all of which Councillor Drew qualifies for. So just urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And the nominations close actually on the 5th of September, I think. So that's why it met the criteria. Councillor Themeliotis.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Any further questions? Just to close debate. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Just to remind you too that this is just as a nomination, so it'll go to the nominations committee. We're now moving into the confidential item, of which there is one. We need to exclude the public first. Councillor Themeliotis, you're moving it.
Happy to move.
And Councillor Bell, you're seconding.
Happy to second.
All those in favour? Carried. And I'll just ask anyone who doesn't need to be here can leave or is required.